Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Thank you. Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina. Board Member Kali Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Woodletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please take note that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. A written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 p.m. on January 6, 2023. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Taplin Tasoma, and the Village Green. This meeting is virtual this evening because the anticipated attendance was expected to exceed the Board of Education's usual meeting place at 525 Academy Street, which can only hold 200 people with no chairs in the room and 133 people when seating is provided. The board and district considered relocating the meeting to the Columbia High School auditorium, but we ran into logistical challenges as we could not conduct virtual public speaks and board members could not participate virtually if held at this location. We never want to turn our constituents away at the door, which we would risk doing if we were to hold the meeting at the central office building. We also don't want to turn anyone away who can only participate in board meetings virtually. By holding the meeting virtually this evening, we protect the entire community's ability to participate in our board meeting. I received confirmation from Dr. Gilbert today that the IT department is already looking into acquiring the technology needed for Columbia High School to be an alternate site for our board meetings going forward. This evening, we have roughly 81 people registered for public speaks, and because of the volume of speakers, we will be limiting public speaks to 2 minutes per person. At this rate, it is expected to take close to 3 hours for public speaks. We have decided to postpone the dating violence presentation to December and to move up public speaks to occur after the student representative update, superintendent update, and board president update. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to adjust the agenda this evening when we return from executive session. After the student representative update, I'd like to move the business administration update to after the first hearing of individuals and delegates. Do I have a second? To move the business administration update. Okay, thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? I can't see everyone's hands, but
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:36 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, negotiations, HIBs, and litigation status reports. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 75 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Duval-Wilson. All in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote appears to be unanimous. We will now adjourn to closed session. So we shall see everyone very soon.
Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, it's weird. I can't.
Are we live now, Keith?
Yes, we are.
Okay, sorry.
Weird
All
being.
Okay. All right, we have 5 board members on. Perfect. Okay. We are now back in regular session. Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I wanted to repeat some information that I provided before the executive session about the board's reason for being virtual this evening. The meeting is virtual because the anticipated attendance was expected to exceed the Board of Education's usual meeting place at 525 Academy Street, which can only hold 200 people with no chairs in the room and 133 people when seating is provided. The board and district considered relocating the meeting to the Columbia High School auditorium, but we ran into logistical challenges as we could not conduct virtual public speaks and board members could not participate virtually if held at this location. We never want to turn our constituents away at the door, which we would risk doing if we were to hold the meeting at the central office building. We also don't want to turn anyone away who can only participate in board meetings virtually. By holding the meeting virtually this evening, we protect the entire community's ability to participate in our board meeting. I received confirmation from Dr. Gilbert today that the IT department is already looking into acquiring the technology needed for Columbia High School to be an alternate site for our board meetings going forward. So thank you to district administration for looking into that. With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the board meeting minutes for the executive session and regular meeting minutes for the October 16th, 2023 meeting and for the executive session and special meeting minutes for the October 30th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a second?
And
Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
The meeting minutes are now approved. As mentioned earlier this evening, we have over 80 people registered for public speaks, and we expect the public speaks to run for close to 3 hours. We have decided to postpone the dating violence presentation to December and to move up public speaks to occur after the student representative update, superintendent update, and board president update. Well, we're going to start the meeting with our student representative update. We're really proud of the work that both Asa and Gwyneth have done to support the board in updating our student representative policy. So I will pass the mic to Gwyneth for a presentation on that, as well as for our board recognitions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me know if I glitch out. Hello everyone, here are this month's recognitions. Congratulations to Henry Weinstein, a 5th grader at Delia Bolden Elementary School, whose artwork has been chosen to be displayed at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center Fall 2023 exhibition. Congratulations to Columbia High School student filmmakers Dylan Charles Mehta, Jarrett Jackson, Elliot Spellberg, and Zach Sherman, who participated in the Garden State Film Festival Showcase at the New Jersey School Board's workshop in Atlantic City. The student film that was showcased was The Culinary Arts of South Orange, a 3-minute profile of Mozzarella, an Italian restaurant on the Valley Street in South Orange. The film won first runner-up in the Garden State Arts Festival New Jersey Homegrown Documentary Short High School category in March. Congratulations to the cast and crew of the Columbia High School Parnassian Society production of its fall drama DNA by Dennis Kelly. The dark comedy about bad crime and a bad cover-up was sold out for 2 evenings. The cast featured the following students: freshman Chloe Regis, freshman Eloise Baum-Joseph, junior Hayden Groner, senior Sabrina Mannion, sophomore Teddy O'Brien, freshman Ayla Licht, sophomore Lyric Smith, senior Maddie Goodrich, senior Justice Muhammad, senior Ash Barton, sophomore Z Hunt. The show's crew was led by stage manager Sofer Fani, who's a junior, and a lighting technician Max Coey, who is also in the 11th grade. Now for my November report. Firstly, I would like to address the proposed policy change that Asa and I worked on in a meeting with board members Caitlin Whittletter and Nubia Wilson. The new policy has removed the alternate position and instead created 2 student representatives of equal status and responsibility. The goal is that these representatives will work together to accomplish more as a team than as individuals. The student representative job is a lot of work and responsibility, and having 2 students will not only be more efficient, but it will also better represent the student body in having 2 winning candidates. As for elections, each student will have 2 votes, similar to how the public gets multiple votes for the Board of Ed elections. The 2 candidates with the most votes will become the new student representatives. We hope that you consider our proposal and understand the benefits of collaboration and representation. Asa and I met with Mr. Sanchez this month and discussed a new student group created, unofficially referred to as the Justice League, composed of 2 leaders from various CHS clubs, primarily those focused in social justice. The goal is to not only create an open forum for students to voice their concerns, but also to give these leaders the opportunity to make changes that will aim to invoke feelings of safety and belonging within the walls of the school. We will continue to give updates on this project as it launches and progresses. Next, we address concerns we had over the construction at CHS. Asa and I have heard many student complaints regarding noise and barricaded halls, which impact student learning. Specifically, on the day all chemistry students were taking their quarterfinal, loud drilling could be heard and felt coming from the second floor C wing, where many classes, including chemistry classes, were taking place. Most student frustration comes from the promises made by administration that disturbances such as these would not occur. Many are looking forward to the results of the renovation, but not if it is at an academic expense. Mr. Sanchez made it clear he understands this is unacceptable and is working to prevent these issues from happening again. He also updated Asa and I on the new behavior threat assessment security measure, which is an effective problem-solving approach to assessing situations where a student may have the potential of harming someone or themselves. As far as security, Asa and I have been discussing improvements that could be made to make CHS stronger. In our meeting with Dr. Gilbert, we explained how very few students wear their ID cards, as mandated by the school, and many do not swipe in the morning with the key card system. To us, the main issue is not that students are not wearing their IDs, but that administration was unable to enforce a security measure that they believed to be extremely important. Students know this. It not only leads to a decrease in confidence in administration, but it also creates a dangerous environment where students are under the impression that they do not need to take regulations seriously on the whole. In the coming weeks, we plan to meet with CHS admin to discuss ways that security can be improved through increased monitoring of stores by security personnel. This is not to say administration is not trying to improve these measures, but we want to emphasize the importance of cooperation from all faculty if any regulation is going to be well enforced. We also want to ensure that the goal of improved safety is not being lost as the year progresses. This is a pattern that has been seen in the past, which is arguably why students did not take the new ID measures seriously from the start. A large goal of Asa and I has been to improve the support of students by faculty across the school. Mr. Sanchez has set our plans for a college fair in the spring into motion to give students the ability to learn the opportunities they have post-graduation. We also look to the counseling center. Many students at CHS do not have a relationship with their guidance counselor. Mr. Vecchione, the head of the department, explained how the grade 10-12 counselors have around 200 students each, and the freshman counselors 250 students each. Because of this, it is extremely difficult to expect each counselor to maintain a strong relationship with each of their students. At the same time, students should be able to see their counselor in the hallway and expect them to know their name, which does not regularly occur. It is also difficult for students to build relationships with their counselor because they are inconsistent. Some students have had 5 counselors in less than 4 years at Columbia. We acknowledge this is not an easy fix, and we respect the measures that the counseling department takes to encourage students to reach out to them and succeed. But it is our responsibility to be honest that many students do not feel individually supportive. For students who do not receive assistance or guidance at home, not having a trusted advisor could be detrimental to their high school experience. Mr. Vecchione informed us that they believe a main component of solving these problems is increasing the visibility of the counseling center. They are creating a student teaching assistant model for counselors, making more structured introductions, especially when counselors are switched, holding counselor-sponsored college visits, and planning a college network program Squire presentation for all grades. We look forward to continuing to work with the department to improve the connection between counselors and students. This concludes my report for November, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for Student Representative Brown? Well, thank you so much for everything you presented with us with this evening. The board, we will be voting on first read for the student representative policy, and should we approve that, then it will move to second read for December with potential adoption. So thank you so much, and thank you to Asa as well. So now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Gilbert for his first superintendent update as our acting superintendent.
Thank you, President Whitletter. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your report. To President Whitletter and the other members of the Board of Education, to members of our SLT, and to the community at large. I'm Dr. Kevin Gilbert. This is my first superintendent's report as your acting superintendent. And so please bear with me. And if I stumble, please charge it to my head and not my heart. So first of all, I would like to say that I have successfully completed my 10 schools in 10 days tour of all of our schools. Many of you followed along while on our social media platforms. This morning, I finished my last stop at Tuscan, and boy, did they give me a send-off. I want to thank all of the schools, all of the principals, all of the families, all of the students, all of the leaders that I met along the way, and your warm smiles and your greeting and your helped me get through the earlier parts of my day. I also would like to thank Mr. Paul Brubaker, who served as not only my valet, but my planner, as well as the kind of coordinator of these trips. And he was with me every step of the way. And I really appreciate him for that. I would also like to compliment and thank our wonderful staff, the South Exit Fire Department, and all those who helped us with the unfortunate holiday event because of heavy rains that caused us to have to close Seth Boyden School for one day before Thanksgiving break. They worked hard over the holiday break. We would not have been able to get that school back open on the Monday we returned if it had not been for our facilities director, Mr. Thomas Gigolo, and his team, as well as Andre Vassell, Martin Prague, and Angel Gonzalez, who are part of our district maintenance team. Again, I want to thank South Exit Fire Department Fire Chief Joseph Alvarez and everyone with the fire department, as well as the Maplewood Department of Public Works for their assistance, as well as United Welding Plumbing Company, Keelan Heating and Air Conditioning Company, Airmark Custodial Services, our electricians from Troller Electric, for all of your work over the holidays to help us get that school back open. December 4th through the 8th is Inclusive Schools Week. We are preparing some activities through our arts and our physical education courses. And I would like to thank the stakeholders as well as the internal group of the Access and Equity Office and the Curriculum and Instruction Office who met with those stakeholders, including some of our teachers, some of our community members who have put together a wonderful program. And we look forward to showing you what inclusivity looks like the week of December 4th through the 8th. We are continuing to celebrate that more of our Columbia High School seniors are making that mark on their AP exams. The number of Columbia High School seniors who scored 3 or higher on our AP exam increased by 10%. We also want to look at the fact that 40% or more of the 2023 graduates took at least one AP exam during high school. Of the 388 CHS graduates, the 254 or 65% took at least one AP exam while they were in high school. 25% or more of our graduates scored 3 or higher on at least one AP exam. And of our 388 graduates, 205 or 53% scored 3 or higher. Seth Boyden fifth graders, I participated in the first ever Ruby Bridges Walk. Nearly 400 Seth Boyden Elementary School students took a walk on November 14th to commemorate the historic bravery of 6-year-old Ruby Bridges, who walked to a federally desegregated public school in Louisiana on November 14th, 1960. You've probably seen that iconic painting of that picture. And these Seth Boyden Elementary students had their first walk, and I participated with them, and it was a complete success. I want to really give a special thanks to the Seth Boyden fifth grade safety patrol and the faculty mentors, Donna Friedrich and Vanessa LaForest. The district fourth graders also performed Beethoven's Fifth at SOPAC. The district fourth graders took a field trip on November 16th to the South Orange Performing Arts Center to hear the Lux Orchestra with the point of sparking interest in music among our students. The CHS alumnus, I want to recognize two of our alumni as well as a teacher of ours. First is Marvin Jean, who graduated from Columbia High School in 2016, and he has been returning to his alma mater to give presentations about the medical profession at the school's pre-med club. John is currently in his second year at Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School, and has started the club while he was as a student while he was at Columbia High School, and is giving back. And then I also would like to recognize Columbia High School science teacher, Dr. Bianca Silver, who is recovering after injuries on her left knee she suffered during the New York City Marathon on November 5th. But Dr. Silver has been using crutches while teaching her AP Environmental Science and Anatomy Physiology classes, but she expects to be able to resume her long distance running early next year. So we appreciate her dedication to the work and the cause. And finally, I would like to talk about, we had a visitor at Maplewood Middle School. Daryl McDaniels of the rap group Run DMC visited our students at MMS. Special thanks to Principal Grinnell, Assistant Principals Lewis Brown and Peter Caslow for successfully hosting Daryl McDaniels, who encouraged and inspired our young people. And special thanks to MMS dance teacher Caroline Orgando, who was instrumental in arranging McDaniels' visit to MMS. Now, I would like to take a few moments to clarify some information as it relates to MAPSO Freedom School and professional development of our staff. South Orange and Maplewood School District has not contracted with MAPSO Freedom School to do professional development. We have had some South Orange Maplewood School District teachers who are members of MAPSO Freedom School conduct 3 professional developments for us. First in August, our new teacher orientation, in September, an all staff professional development day, and then in October, PD day for our middle school staff. These trainings were centered on anti-racism and anti-bias development of adults to prepare them to be more culturally responsive to our students. If you recall, one of the Fergus recommendations was that we build the capacity to conduct professional development that go deeper in helping our staff build culturally responsive skills to help meet the needs of all of our students, but particularly our Black, Indigenous, and other students of color. These teachers have not only the training, but the experience to do just that. They were not sought out because they were in MAPSO Freedom School. They were sought out because they have the skills necessary to provide quality, anti-racist, anti-bias professional development. Please note, peer-to-peer learning is one of the highest forms of professional development that a system can offer its staff. And these teachers have saved the South Orange Maplewood School District between $40,000 to $60,000. When I first arrived to the South Orange Maplewood School District in May of 2022, I met with several teachers. And the one thing that was stated to me is they wanted the district to rely on the skills and talents of current teachers. So we are constantly searching through our own to fulfill our professional development needs. These teachers are paid on a rate negotiated in our contract with SOMEA for any teachers who develop, plan, and deliver professional development. The materials used for the professional development are reviewed by both the Office of Access and Equity and the Office of Curriculum Instruction. The evaluations completed by participation in these professional developments have been exceptional, with scores ranging between 4 and 5 on a 5-point scale, where 1 is the lowest satisfaction and 5 the highest satisfaction. And we did not receive any complaints from any of the participants for any of the sessions on any of the information that they presented, or any feeling of the participants who felt uneasy because of what they were given. These teachers have not had any negative scores or irregularities on any of their evaluations as teachers by their principals or content supervisors, and they all have a proven record with working collectively and collaboratively with students, families, and fellow staff members. I would be remiss if I didn't touch on the concerns raised about the safety of our students in our classroom. To this, I say we are governed by policy 5755, Equity in Education Programs and Services, 5755.1, Access and Equity, 2260, Affirmative Action Programs for Students for Classroom Practices, and 5512, Harassment, Intimidation, and Bullying, and 2270, Religion in Schools. If any staff is suspected of being in violation of these policies towards our student upon receipt of a complaint, they are thoroughly investigated. We have an assistant affirmative action officer who assists me as the district affirmative action officer in investigating student complaints when filed, and in addition to our administrators and other designated staff who also can do that. I have complete confidence in our administrators, anti-bullying specialists, and other staff charged with investigating, reporting, and disciplining any teacher found in violation of a student's dignity. I assure you that our commitment to creating anti-racist and anti-biased school cultures and climates is strong, and we will continue to govern ourselves accordingly. I acknowledge right now that our community is hurting, our students are hurting, and we are in challenging times. But I reaffirm our commitment to our students and families and will continue to collaborate with those who are willing to help us as a district support one another, support our families, and support our students. As I close, I would just like to give you an update on my 90-day plan and the next steps. I have finished my 10 school visits. I have met with departments, principals, assistant principals. I've set up one-on-ones with both Rocio Lopez, president of SOMEA, and Leon Irby Hill, president of ASCA. I've also been continuing my one-on-ones with the DEI, PTA, HSA President Council rep, Eves Hart, and the CPAC DEI rep, Victoria Bonds. Now that the school tour is complete, I will be convening a group of people to plan the listening tours that I have scheduled I would like to schedule in January. I am leading SLT in a strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analysis. And I am working with our district equity team, which consists of stakeholders and district personnel, as we prepare to meet the district goal of developing a DEI strategic plan. Your community input information will be coming to you soon, so all of you can know how to help us with that. And I have commissioned our Director of Human Resource, Tunde Adedoyin, to lead a group of educators in developing an adult well-being plan that we will hopefully roll out in January for our staff. And finally, I just want to alert you that there will be one difference that you will see from me from Dr. Taylor. I will not be responding to the public speaks comments. I will be following the advice of our attorney, who has asked that I not do that. But please note that those who would desire a response will be providing us with their emails, and we will provide that response from those who have request one. And so, Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert. You've done a lot. Thank you very much. So now we'll move on to my board president update, and then we will start public speaks. So I wanted to start off on a personal note with an apology to the community as someone who voted in support of the MAPSO Freedom School liaison earlier this year. I was personally unaware of their political advocacy work, and had I known that this was an aspect of their organization, I personally would not have voted in support of a liaison. I'd also like to acknowledge my board colleagues, Dr. Tellisford and board member Vadla Monley, who during that meeting had asked the board to do more due diligence on the organization prior to approval, and they were right. Lessons have been learned by this experience. By establishment, boards of education are apolitical entities. In fact, our code of ethics states that we will refuse to surrender our independent judgment to special interest or partisan political groups, or to use the schools for personal gain for the gain of friends. Our number one job as a Board of Education is to make sure that the South Orange Maplewood School District is well run and that our close to 7,000 students are receiving a best-in-class education. We should not bring politics into the leadership of our schools, and to uphold this principle, the board will discuss the discontinuation of the Mapso Freedom School Board liaison at the meeting later this evening. The Mapso Freedom School has entered the political fray with recent social media posts. While the Mapso Freedom School retains the right to express its unique political perspectives, it is advisable for the board to avoid the establishment or continuation of any non-mandated liaison relationship with any organization that is actively involved in political advocacy work, to avoid the risk of the board's liaison relationship being construed as support for any specific political viewpoint. The board cannot take action on behalf or at the request of a special interest group or persons organized and voluntarily united in opinion and who adhere to a particular political party. The board deeply cares and respects every single person in our community, and we recognize the pain that many of our community members are experiencing and the divide this pain has caused amongst us. Tonight's meeting will be a deeply emotional experience for all of us on this call. I ask that everyone who intends to share their thoughts and unique perspectives this evening, please approach public discourse with a sense of respect for one another. Let us collectively show the children in our district what empathy and unwavering care for every individual looks like. Our students and educators are in pain, and they are watching us this evening to understand how our community will get through this together. I hope that we can lead by example and show that amidst our disparities, love and understanding has the power to prevail. Now, please allow me to read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with administration and the superintendent to assure that members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, but we will be allowing all public registrants to speak at tonight's meeting and expect that the public comment period will be close to 3 hours long. The second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. And we request that as we read your name, that you please state your name and town of residence for the record. So with that, let's begin. The first community member is Karen Kozar.
Karen Kozar, South Orange. I'm here tonight to ask the BOE and SUMIA to sever ties and cease funding with Mapso Freedom School. I am a Jewish Israeli American. I have a daughter who will be in the district soon and am pregnant with my second. Mapso Freedom School recently shared a post that called the October 7th massacre necessary military resistance. They wrote, "The solution to the conflict is simple: dismantle the Israeli state." The cruelty of these statements cannot be overstated. The horrific mutilation and slaughter of innocent people, and this group we're discussing called this necessary, labeled this resistance. It's not just one post, but 24 posts, all focused on the anti-Israel propaganda. Their account of the conflict is a one-sided narrative rooted in bigotry. They have lied about how the Israeli government works, thrown around dangerous false accusations, engaged in the offensive whitewashing of Judaism, and distorted the Jewish people's history. They have demonstrated repeatedly that they know nothing about the region or this conflict and have no interest in learning. Their inability to prioritize facts over their own bias shows us that they are not ethical educators. Children should not be subjected to lies due to the unchecked prejudice of their teachers. As a mother, I will fight endlessly to keep that from happening. Mapso Freedom School prides themselves in standing up for minorities, but has decided we, the Jewish people, are unworthy of empathy. Mapso Freedom School may have done good in the past, but it does not excuse their current spread of hate. We have alternative, better organizations we can use. This is not about censoring Palestinian history or the suffering in Gaza. It is about valuing facts above all else and promoting peace instead of hate. At a recent rally, a district teacher associated with Freedom School denied being anti-Semitic while simultaneously chanting "From the river to the sea," a known call for genocide. Mapso Freedom School denied being anti-Semitic while glorifying our slaughter and calling for the full destruction of Israel. Their willingness to accept the label does not matter. Their actions do. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Ofer Vogman.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I have an issue with my camera. My name is Ofer. I'm an Israeli-born South Orange resident. So throughout the years, I've experienced the harsh realities and violence and conflict, having witnessed the Gulf War, suicide bombings tearing apart buses, coffee shops, and restaurants, the Passover and Dolphin Army discotheque massacres that have left an indelible mark on my life. These events, occurring before I even graduated high school, shaped my perspective on the world and its inherent complexities. I've also been to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, witnessing the struggles faced by the Palestinian people, including fanatical violence that added to their plight. What I can assert with certainty is that the lands of Israel, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, are soaked in innocent blood from both sides of the conflict, and hate, especially when fueled by misinformation, baseless accusations, and distortion of historical facts, stands as the primary source of this tragic bloodshed. Unfortunately, since October 7th, Mapso Freedom School and its members have been doing exactly that. This group, while claiming to be well educated on the complex history of the Middle East, has engaged in demonizing Israel and its citizens, delegitimizing Israel's right to exist. I've shared the content propagated by this organization and its members since October 7th with our esteemed board members, superintendents, town officials, and local community leaders. What I found deeply disturbing is that amidst the post published on the same day Hamas invaded Israel, there seems to be a glorification of these acts being made by this terrorist organization. All while Israeli women were being raped and then executed, children kidnapped, and families burnt alive. Despite the positive contribution Mapso Freedom School may have made in the past, it is evident that their recent actions are not aligned with the values we hold dear in this community. Since October 7th, this organization has predominantly have been fueling hate that jeopardizes the well-being of our Jewish and Israeli students. Today, I urge you to take a stand against this hate. It is imperative that the board cut its ties with the Mapso Freedom School and remove its liaison. The recent actions have threatened the harmony and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Goldberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fantastic, thank you. Good evening, Michael Goldberg, South Orange, New Jersey, resident for over 25 years. I'm here tonight in support of Resolution 4546 to drop the liaison to the Mapso Freedom School. As your council advised when you established the liaison earlier this year, quote, you also want to be careful of whether or not there's any ties that might not be within the same interests of this organization. I would fully vet this before you attach the school district to it, unquote. As you noted previously, President Whitlater, That was obviously a mistake, and I greatly appreciate your apology on that. Based on social media posts and public comments by the leader of MFS, it is abundantly clear that the values of MFS do not align with those of this community. And since the terrorist attacks on October 7th, the offensive political rhetoric coming from MFS has increased dramatically. It is clear you must sever all ties with this group immediately. That starts tonight with dropping the liaison, but we also must ensure they are not given access to school facilities or funding of any sort. I'm a big believer in freedom of speech, but that does not mean there's freedom from consequences of speech. Their divisive and offensive political rhetoric has consequences. Political groups, especially ones that spew hate speech, have absolutely no place in our school district, and we should not have any extremist political groups providing professional development to our teachers or being involved with our students. Our students and teachers need to be educated by thoughtful, rational, and unbiased parties, not a political group that urges teachers to, quote, teach about Palestine in every subject and at every grade level, unquote. Yes, those are their exact words. I'm a proud and active supporter of Israel, but certainly would never expect it to be taught at every subject and grade level. History and geopolitics are complex, and our students deserve a thoughtful, age-appropriate curriculum of education, not indoctrination. I urge you and Samaya to sever all ties with this political group immediately. Thank you for your time and for your service to the community.
Thank you. Alana Stelmach.
Hi,
Hi, we can hear you.
my name is Lana Stelmach, and I'm a speech language specialist who's been working in this district for 15 years. I'm the mother of 2 teenage children, and I'm a refugee who fled from the Soviet Union with 1 suitcase and no language due to religious persecution and anti-Semitism. Our lives were threatened because we were Jewish. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that after fleeing to America, believing we were safe to be Jews, that I'd be here today, risking what honestly feels like so much to say what must be said. It shouldn't feel this way. Over the years, I've had the honor to have interacted with many esteemed colleagues and have passionately worked with no less than 1,000 families, all of whom have impacted my heart deeply by giving me their utmost trust to help their children use their words, as we say. Words have tremendous impact on everyone's lives, and this continues throughout our lifespan. Words can help children, and now us as adults, feel loved, comforted, supported, respected, safe, and encouraged. Or hurt, worried, fearful, ignored, alone, hated, targeted, delegitimized, petrified, horrified, dismayed, and hopeless. Using my words today, I speak on behalf of many here and those who could not be because of parent-teacher conferences to firmly express to the members of the board that the words we are hearing from the Mapso Freedom School, some of which have been deleted, make us feel the following. There are far too many close ties within our district with organizations that find comfort in the suffering, torture, murder, rape, mutilation, and sheer intent on the destruction of the Jewish people. We feel this and we know this. All across our country, we are seeing insightful vitriol having horrific and shocking impact. Thank you for listening. We implore you to break these ties.
Thank you, Ilana. Yuval Brookman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, thank you. My name is Yuval Brockman. I'm a resident of South Orange. Over the past 6 weeks, the Mapso Freedom School has shared anti-Israel and anti-Semitic language. Tonight, I'm here to urge the Board of Education to take a stand against disinformation, hate, and bigotry, and sever any ties with the organization. I went to Brandeis University and graduated with a degree in Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies. So I spent 4 years studying Hebrew and Arabic, the Jewish Bible and the Quran, Middle Eastern history, and the psychology of terrorism. The Mapso Freedom School's mission says we intend to foster critical dialogue that leads to action, yet none of their posts encourage dialogue. An organization which shares an address with our public schools has consistently parroted the Hamas narrative and has no place working with students, teachers, or administrators. The Mapso Freedom School has repeatedly spread anti-Israel and pro-Hamas propaganda on their social media posts about Israel, sharing an apartheid state and Zionists are settlers and colonizers. It ignored that Israel has 11 Arab members of parliament, Arab Supreme Court judges, doctors, and lawyers, or that Jews have had a continuous presence in Israel for thousands of years. Presenting only the Hamas narrative is racist against Israelis and the entire local Jewish community. The schools also called for the dismantling of the Jewish state, but not the dismantling. Not one post against the 1,200 people representing 40 still become nothing against Hamas terror to breaking their bones in the process, shooting them, mutilating them, and taking their body parts as souvenirs. This terror by the Mapso Freedom School on their social media says it admit military resistance. And I ask how a group like this can have education, teachers union, and district. There are hundreds of organizations which can provide the important anti-racist education for our children without the vitriol against Israelis and Jews, and therefore urge the Board of Education to take a stand against hate and bigotry and sever all ties with this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Colcord.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Great.
you.
Good evening. My name is Leah Colcord, and I'm a proud resident of South Orange. My family chose Soma for its beauty, community, and diversity. However, I stand before you tonight with both fear and sadness in my heart. In addition to being a daughter, wife, and mother, I'm also an American Jew, and I don't feel safe in our community anymore. This is in part because of people and organizations like Mapso Freedom School. The BOE has established Mapso as a legitimized organization that our teachers and subsequently students should trust, an organization that positions itself as one that provides anti-racist and equitable curriculum. Yet at its core, it's emphatically anti-Semitic. In its social post, Mapso refers to Israelis as, quote, colonial settlers, and their actions as, quote, genocide and occupation. It even tries to excuse the loss of Israeli lives on the, quote, ongoing occupation. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that this war between Israel and Hamas isn't devastating, but that is not what Mapso is teaching. Mapso's content and curriculum is staggeringly biased. There is no mention of Hamas, of the hostages, or the brutal October 7th terrorist attack that killed over 1,200 innocent civilians and broke the existing ceasefire. Instead, Mapso's curriculum refers to the genocide of Palestinians, ethnic cleansing, and how Israel should not exist. If you have the responsibility of developing curriculum that teaches our children crucial history, you have to tell the whole story. You cannot pick and choose. Similar to 9/11 and the Holocaust, there will never be a story that justifies Hamas's actions on October 7th. Rape, murder, torture, and kidnapping can never be excused. I ask that you sever ties with Mapso immediately. There are numerous other organizations, including Learning for Justice and Unpacked for Educators, who can be trusted to provide an unbiased, holistic education to our children. Do you really believe that Mapso Freedom School is capable of adjusting both its curriculum and its organization as a whole to reflect narratives that are factual and unbiased? And are you in a position to put the checks and balances to ensure this? I hope you will do the right thing so that every group is properly represented in our community, including mine.
Thank you. Henry Satone.
Hello. Hi. Henry Satone for from South Orange on behalf of the SOMA Anti-Semitism Monitor. SOMSD schools are not working to promote, create, and sustain positive school cultures and climates like the student handbook says they are supposed to, because they've been conned by a group operated by an elitist set of faculty and politically powerful community groups. MAPSO Freedom School, a school within a school that supports teacher professional development, and I heard you, Mr. Gilbert, but they are providing the PD to the teachers that are giving the PD. Pays students stipends to attend its after-school programs and receives significant material support from the district. We see their posts on social media. What are they doing? These things are racist violations of Title VI on the basis of race and national origin. That's two bases that we have here. Some of this stuff, one of it is promoting adoption of a new curriculum now that calls for the quote dismantling of the state of Israel and talks about, engaging in violence to do that. What state in world history has ever been dismantled without a genocide of its citizens? Is it even permissible under Title VI to teach something like that or to propose it as curriculum? And right after October 7th, and I already spoke last time about this, they brought a BLA Army member, a convicted police killer who murdered 2 police officers in Harlem, to the Saturday school to talk to the kids about Hamas's resistance and promoted him as a former political prisoner. You've got to be kidding me, guys. But you know who the BLA was. Some of us are old enough to know who it was. That was a Marxist-Leninist group funded by the Soviet Union back in the 70s. These people were put in prison for a reason. It was never there to secure anybody's equity. And then lastly, they just attended a rally where they led genocidal chants against Israeli nationals, many of whom live in our community. This is evil. It's not a political thing. This is complete evil. This activity is all coded calls for supporting violent extremists. We have seen what has happened on other college and high school campuses where students radicalized by racist groups have committed acts of actual violence. You cannot teach children violence is okay and expect them to not engage in it. You are their role models. All of this is promoted by faculty protected by tenure. They never do anything that could get them charged. They sit back marioneting the kids to do it for them.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you. Kim Garode.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, great. My name is Kim Garode. I'm a resident of South Orange, New Jersey, and I'm speaking here tonight to request that the school district cuts ties with the MAPSO Freedom School. This group continues to perpetuate anti-Semitism in our community and should not be allowed to use the district's resources in liaison to do so. Sometimes this group's anti-Semitism is blatant with social media posts that include tropes like from the river to the sea. However, many times it hides behind the Jewish identity of some of our educators and organizations such as Jewish Voice for Peace to espouse its hate while subverting accusations of anti-Semitism. SOMA's Jewish community is not fooled, and you should not be either. According to a study from the Amcha Initiative, which was later corroborated by Brandeis University, anti-Semitism is 8 times more likely to occur on campuses with at least one active anti-Zionist group. That statistic is staggering and should be reason enough to cut ties. However, I know for many members of our community, this comes down to an issue of free speech. We are not trying to deny anyone their right to free speech. When our schools leaders affirm the importance of free speech, but also firmly and clearly warn that free speech that treads into hate speech is unacceptable, you make it clear that our schools are safe and welcoming for everyone. However, when you don't, you become complicit in allowing this hate to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mordechai Giovanni.
That community member is not present.
Okay, thank you. Lauren Levy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. My name is Lauren Levy, South Orange resident and parent to 2 half Israeli Jewish students in the district. Since October 7th massacre occurred, my Israeli family has endured massive chaos. The rockets started, they had to run to shelter more than 10 times a day, and 4 were called in to fight a war that a Palestinian terrorist group called Hamas, by proxy of Iran, caused. Just 2 weeks ago, my nephew was injured in an explosion in Gaza. Thankfully, he is alive, but with injuries. However, our lives will never be the same. As you can see, my family is deeply invested and affected by what is happening. A few days into the war, I started to hear about a social justice school based out of Soma called the Maps of Freedom School. I'll admit I wasn't familiar with this organization, so I did a lot of extensive research. What I found was absolutely horrifying. This Maps of Freedom School, which originated from marginalized people in our community, was spewing one-sided, biased hate towards Israel. Since October 16th, there have been over 24 social media posts of hate indoctrination, false information of history and dynamics about Israel, while not once condemning the actions of Hamas. I was shell-shocked. Words used like ethnic cleansing, genocide, apartheid have been used about Israel multiple times. This is a classic anti-Semitism as defined by the U.S. Department of State. How can an anti-racist group spew hate towards the Jewish community for the horrible atrocities in the Middle East? They teach one-sided bait haste to indoctrinate the teachers and children in this district. This is not about censoring the teaching of Palestinian history, but clearly the teaching of biased information about Israel. A ceasefire rally was held in South Orange. A Maps of Freedom school representative / CHS teacher screams "Free Palestine" and states he rejects charges of being called anti-Semitic. Then another individual screamed, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." These phrases call for the destruction and genocide of the only democracy in the Middle East, the only country where Jews, Arabs, Christians, Druze, and Bedouin people live. Statements that are made in this fashion are directly related to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia,
Thank you,
Christophobia,
Lauren.
because they are mutually exclusive with the population of Israel. Please sever.
Thank you. Jennifer Crone.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Crone, a South Orange resident for over 25 years. A lot can be said about the Maps of Freedom School, and you'll hear nearly all of it tonight. So I just want to point out 2 things. First is that this organization teaches our children that oppression is worse than the grave. Why would our school district endorse an organization that promotes an extremist, suicidal mindset to adolescents? Second is that in aligning itself in support of Hamas's illegitimate war against Israel, the Maps of Freedom School has appointed itself judge and jury of all of us who do not accept that a declaration of oppression gives anyone license to gun down peace activists, tie innocent families together with baling wire and burn them alive, and shoot teenage girls in the head while gang raping them. This, we are assured by Maps of Freedom School, is not evidence of anti-Semitism. It is simply resistance. I have to wonder, is there no limit to the arrogance of radical activists who think they will inform Jews of what anti-Semitism is not? Is there no end to their telling our children that they alone know who the oppressed are and who the oppressors are? MFS's leaders have a lot of ignorant opinions expressed with the passionate self-confidence of zealots. But the Jews of South Orange and Maplewood are not on trial, and we know the tune of every one of their dog whistles. MFS is promulgating hatred of my people through its activities conducted on school district property with school district resources, through its staff development indoctrinations, and in its pronouncements on social media. The school is entitled to its freedom of speech, but it is not entitled to create a hostile work or education environment for Jewish or Israeli students or staff. It is plainly in violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Maps of Freedom School thus has no place in our schools, nor any legitimate role in educating our community's children. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Alana Bryant.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, hi there. I'm Lana Bryan. I'm a mom from Maplewood with 2 sons who went through the K-12 SOMD school district. One of the reasons I chose this district was its multicultural inclusivity. A great example of this was my older son's bar mitzvah, where he stood with his best buddies from Maplewood Middle School, a Roman Catholic, a Muslim immigrant, and a Buddhist, and together they read excerpts from Martin Luther King and Malala Yousafzai. But I am here today because this vision in Maplewood is under threat and South Orange, and to hold the district to its commitment for freedom from bias, bigotry, hatred, and violence that also applies to Jewish students. For this reason, I believe Maplewood MAPSO Freedom School has every right to exist as a political activist organization, and it has a right to freedom of speech, but it does not have a right to use Soma schools as a base or mailing address or to train my son's history teacher at Columbia High School. This is not about the issue of teaching the history of Palestine and Israel by qualified teachers. This organization has a biased agenda that discriminates against a religious and ethnic minority in our school district. The language is biased. It is discriminatory, inflammatory, and targets a minority group. The defamatory language is designed to delegitimize an ethnic group in our community, the Jewish community, using language such as genocide, racist, and apartheid. There is no pretense of objectivity at MFS. Mel Katz, one of the organizers, proudly says on Twitter, "Teaching is political. Neutrality isn't an option." Another organizer, Miss Ari Price, says, "We can't get caught up in the use of racist tropes like terrorists," quote unquote, she puts terrorists in quotes, "to justify Israel's white supremacist apartheid state." In her own words, Hamas's murder, torture, and kidnapping of thousands of people, including babies and the elderly, were not terrorist attacks, and to acknowledge this just makes you racist. We cannot have people who support genocide and discriminatory language teaching the diverse children in our schools. You are a Board of Education that supported the cancellation of Halloween activities out of inclusivity.
Thank you, Alana. Thank you very much. Heidi Goldberg.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
I'm Heidi Goldberg, a Jewish resident of South Orange and mother of 2 Jewish children, one of whom attends Columbia High School. I'm also a granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. Soma was the place where, quote, hate had no home, but lately that is not the case. I have felt marginalized and gaslighted, as do many other Jews in our community and around this country. Shortly after Hamas's terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, I learned about the MAPSO Freedom School, an organization committed to combating African-American racism, an admirable cause that Jews have supported and have been an active part of ever since the Civil Rights Movement. However, over the past month and a half, MAPSO Freedom School has focused their mission to posting about and teaching fabricated history and militant propaganda against Israel. Their new mission is to indoctrinate our children from pre-K through 12th grade with our distorted and hateful misinformation. Some contentious words they use about Israel are ethnic cleansing, genocide, oppression, colonization, racist, and apartheid state, which are lies. Israel is the only democratic nation in the Middle East. 21% of the population of Israel are Israeli Arabs. Muslims, Christians, Druze, and others are all equal citizens. MAPSO Freedom School are not experts in the history of this region, nor do they portray a nuanced and balanced explanation of history. MFS calls for Palestine to be liberated from the river to the sea. That is a dog whistle to commit genocide against Jews and wipe Israel off the map. MFS is blatantly anti-Semitic because when you call for the death and destruction of Israel, you are anti-Semitic. Members cannot pretend to hold a peaceful vigil when their rhetoric is for violence, hate, and defamation. This group has no place in our Soma schools any longer. Hate speech is not free speech and has consequences. Ignorance is willful ignorance at this point. I'm demanding that the BOE fully and completely sever ties with the MAPSO Freedom School and that SOMEA immediately stop funding them and that the district discontinues them for educational and professional development from today onward. It is the BOE's obligation to ensure the safety and security of all of our children while at school, including our Jewish students.
Thank
and
you,
teach our
Heidi.
students to think critically.
Thank you very much.
And not in
Noah Dagan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. And hopefully I'll start video. Hi, my name is Noah. I'm a resident of South Orange. I have 2 children in the district, one in kindergarten, one in preschool. I'm originally from Israel. My entire family is from Israel, and so are many of our loved ones and friends. I grew up in Israel, and unfortunately, I've grown up through many wars, through terrorist attacks, and my family has been personally impacted by a terrorist attack. My family is originally from Morocco, from Turkey, from Poland, and Russia. I grew up knowing that some of my extended family didn't survive the Holocaust or the journey to Israel. My family grew up in Arab countries and were kicked out of them. Living in Soma and deciding to live here, we expected our school district to be an inclusive and safe space for our children. Having a connection to any kind of group that has only presented one extreme and radical side of a very complex situation, and introducing hate speech is in direct contradiction of being an inclusive community, let alone supporting this type of group financially and allowing them to provide development for the teachers. I've been truly appalled that this is the case in South Orange and Maplewood. Since the tragic day of October 7th, where fellow Israelis were murdered, were brutalized, were raped, were kidnapped. People that look like me, that can be me, that could be my children, that are the same age of my children, that have the same names as us. Maplewood Freedom School has introduced hate speech and has called for dismantling of Israel, where my entire family lives. I can't tell you how disappointed, shocked, and amazed this has made us. I expect you to drop all ties with this organization. On a personal level, I'm deeply embarrassed that there are people who are part of my community and support this organization. They might identify as Jewish and use that, but we do not share the same beliefs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dana Luciano.
Me? Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Sorry. As an educator and as the parent of a Jewish Columbia High School student, I'm alarmed at the calls for the district to completely sever ties with the MAPSO Freedom School, an organization that has done amazing and necessary work with our students and teachers on the basis of the false equation of social media posts critical of Israel with anti-Semitism and hate. It is being claimed that Jewish students in our district will feel unsafe if they hear MAPSO Freedom Schools and others calling for justice in Palestine or criticizing Israel even very strongly. It is absolutely unacceptable if any Jewish student, including my own Jewish child, experiences anti-Semitism at school, and we need to engage in active education against that. But we need to be wary of the false representation of legitimate criticism of actions taken by the state of Israel as anti-Semitism. We cannot seriously combat the latter if we are constantly conflating it with the former. And while respecting that some students do feel deep cultural attachment to Israel, we also need to acknowledge that there are criticisms of the state of Israel and of the Zionist project that do not come from a place of anti-Semitism or hostility to Jews. I would also ask why no one seems to be questioning how our Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students feel when the question of justice for Palestine is deemed unmentionable. Why are we not asking whether they feel safe when they are forced to live week after week with the news of the terrible death toll in Gaza, which almost nobody has mentioned so far, or when they hear about violent Islamophobic attacks like the shooting of 3 Palestinian college students in Vermont last weekend? And I would point out that MAPSO Freedom School was started precisely because our Black and brown students not only felt unsafe, but were unsafe and continue to be unsafe in the classroom and elsewhere in our community due to racial profiling and harassment by the police, disproportionate and overly harsh discipline rates in our schools, racially biased tracking, the list goes on. We need to be thinking here tonight about the safety of all of our students. This will never be accomplished by creating an atmosphere of silencing and fear.
Thank you. Donna Abu.
Good evening. I'm here today to speak on behalf of MAPSO Freedom School. Tonight, I wish to address a crucial matter regarding the resources we utilize in our educational curriculums. Specifically, I would like to pose the question to the board. Will we be considering the banning of all materials that critically examines human rights violations committed by the Israeli government? Among the organizations whose material you may need to reevaluate based on their criticism of the Israeli government's actions towards Palestinians towards Palestinians are the UN Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the World Health Organizations, Doctors Without Borders, and the UN Refugee Agency. Additionally, there are many educational resources like the Zinn Project, Rethinking Schools, Learning for Justice, Newsella, Crash Course, CNN, and MSNBC that we use daily, which criticize Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. Furthermore, will we be banning teachers from mentioning or quoting figures such as Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, Pope Francis, Greta Thunberg, and Malala? The question also extends to the display of Black Lives Matter signs by students and teachers. Will we continue to allow such expression of support, being that this group has advocated for Palestinian human rights? And will we retain the ability to educate our students about influential figures like Angela Davis, Malcolm X, Tamika Mallory, Alice Walker, Asada Shakur, the Black Panthers, Stokely Carmichael, SNCC, Bettina Love, Goldie Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, because they have all voiced their solidarity with Palestinian humanity. Moreover, do we plan to remove books like Ibrahimi Kendi X's How to Be an Anti-Racist or the work of Ta-Nehisi Coates from our libraries? If the answer is yes, how do we reconcile the decision with Dr. Fergus's recommendations to teach Black history comprehensively? Will we only be allowed to teach Black history if it doesn't humanize or stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people? The sad thing is, as we recognize that there is a death toll on both sides, the amount of children who have died in Gaza alone surmounts the amount of children we have in our entire district. Please remember, there is no more school in Gaza. It is very tragic to see Jewish children dying. It is very tragic to see.
Donna. Jara Soltero.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. My name's Jara Soltero. I'm a resident of Maplewood for about 8-9 years now. I'm here today to ask the board to formally remove ties with the Mapso Freedom School. This includes removing the existing liaison, stopping our school district from using the Mapso Freedom School for any educational or professional development purposes, and seizing all donations to the Mapso Freedom School. Anti-racism training is extremely important, and it's imperative that our school district partners with an anti-racist organization that represents and respects all races, truly understands intersectionality, and who advocates for peace. With Mapso Freedom School's sharing of anti-Semitic tropes, hateful language, and simplified and inaccurate history lessons, it's clear that the Mapso Freedom School is more interested in pushing their political agenda than creating dialogue and safe spaces, which are paramount to building inclusive schools and communities. Since the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th, the Mapso Freedom School has continuously shared on their social media accounts one-sided, harmful content that justifies the horrible violence on October 7th. At a local vigil last week, members of the Mapso Freedom School led From the River to the Sea rallying calls, which is an anti-Semitic and dangerous slogan that threatens the safety of our Jewish community. To date, the Mapso Freedom School has not condemned Hamas or their deadly and violent terrorist attack, nor have they addressed the historic rise of anti-Semitism. This hateful rhetoric has no place in SOMA or in our classrooms, and I urge the board to sever ties with the Mapso Freedom School immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Paternate.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Good evening, Amy Paternite, South Orange. I've lived and worked in Soma for over 20 years. I'm speaking this evening to ask the board to remove the liaison for the Mapso Freedom School. Mapso Freedom School has shown themselves to be a political propaganda organization which spreads anti-Semitic hate and has created a dangerous environment for students in our public schools. They purport to be an educational organization, but since October 7th, it's clear from their public posts and behaviors that their driving force is anti-Semitism and anti-Israel propaganda. There is no ambiguity about their anti-Jew hatred. No organization should have the sanction and support of our school board. District Policy 5512 states the BOE prohibits acts of harassment, intimidation, or bullying of a student. I'm fairly certain the board never imagined having to protect Jewish students from being bullied by their teachers. I highly doubt their abrupt pivot to blatant anti-Semitism has been reviewed and approved by the Office of Curriculum and Instruction or the Office of Access and Equity. Mapso Freedom School is actively creating a situation where our children do not feel safe. I can't explain in 2 minutes why their continued misuse of words and phrases are anti-Semitic, but I hope none of you still believe that From the River to the Sea is an aspirational chant for anything other than the annihilation of Jews. Just today, Hamas's leader publicly stated that October 7th was, quote, just a rehearsal and a preview of what it hopes to unleash on Jews. I commend Dr. Telesford and Mr. Vadlamani, whose gut instincts were correct in February. Mr. Vadlamani said, we don't know enough about MAPSO Freedom School or their educational or professional credibility. Even the board lawyer recommended to fully vet them before attaching our school district's name to it. For the board members who voted in favor, knowing what you know now, would you ever have supported this in the first place? It takes a lot of courage to admit you made a mistake, and I applaud the board for attempting to right a wrong. The Board of Education cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that an organization purportedly dedicated to anti-racism is instead actively, overtly, and explicitly engaging in racist and anti-Semitic activities. Our schools should be sanctuaries of inclusivity that actively avoid and denounce association with organizations that promote hate and discrimination. There is no place in our public schools for hate and advocacy of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriella Guzman.
Gabby, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just wanted to address some of the accusations that have been made about MAPSO Freedom School. So in terms of like using phrases such as genocide, ethnic cleansing, um, and apartheid, like these are statements that have been made, right, by legal scholars, right, by human rights organizations, so such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, which was an Israeli newspaper. All of them have used the term apartheid to describe the state of Israel's policies towards Palestinians, both in the West Bank and in Israel itself. So I just want to say that you cannot accuse someone saying apartheid, right, as anti-Semitic. All right. I also want to talk about the accusation using the word genocide to describe the current atrocities that are being committed in Gaza, right? So Omar Bortav, who's an Israeli professor, and he's also the world leading genocide expert. One of them has also said that what Israel is doing has genocidal intent. More than 100 scholars and organizations signed a letter urging the International Criminal Court to take action given the Israeli intention to commit genocide visibly materializing on the ground. And there are also human rights organizations that are currently suing Biden and other officials for aiding and abetting genocide, right?
Thank
So
you.
this is a view.
Thank you very much. Cassia Mostel.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Public education has a full-on staffing crisis. Teachers are leaving the profession in droves and not being replaced. When you ask teachers about this, you often get an unexpected answer. They don't cite our low pay or abysmally weak pension, the worst in the nation, in fact, although these certainly play a role. What teachers will tell you is that over the last decade, there has been a complete assault on teacher autonomy. Teachers are increasingly given directives, threatened with censorship, and buried under a pile of never-ending paperwork. I share all of this to add another perspective to the current problem of Palestine censorship in our schools. It will make our staffing crisis worse. We are chipping away at the very last vestiges of teacher creativity and autonomy that is left. We must allow Palestine to exist within our schools and we must expose all of our children to histories of oppression and resistance. If thinking critically about the ideology of Zionism threatens our students, then we only have ourselves to blame for continuously selling a lie that Zionism is Judaism and vice versa. Keep in mind that Zionism originally represented a very marginalized group, a minoritarian movement that was not all that popular until World War II, when its particular worldview and the need of empire for an outpost in the Middle East collided. Young people are increasingly rejecting the conflation of the state of Israel and Judaism. I have been so inspired and blown away by so many Jewish comrades in this moment, not only standing up against genocide, but rejecting Zionism and white supremacy. There is no reason that Palestine should be a threat to any student, just like Black history or LGBTQ history should not be a threat to white or straight cis students. The train is coming, and it is a free Palestine train. Young people are standing on the side of justice against oppression, against apartheid, and against genocide. Parents, get on the train and support MAPSO Freedom School's inclusive curriculum.
Thank you. Jen Sturm.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jen Sturm, and I'm a Jewish resident of Maplewood and a parent of a Jewish Columbia High School student. It is so troubling that the Board of Ed is taking on a call to sever ties with the MAPSO Freedom School. This is reckless and irresponsible, and doing so would open up a hellscape from which we can envision will come forth endless attempts to suppress freedoms of speech and assembly, not to mention all the lawsuits sure to follow. To my fellow Jewish people in Soma, please don't be fooled for a second that anyone who supports this kind of action won't turn it against you when the time is right. Precedents like this only serve to hurt us in the end. Suddenly, a teacher can't post about her Shabbat dinner on social media. An educator with an I Stand for Israel sign in her yard risks losing her job. Not because any of the people fighting for social justice in Palestine are coming for you. We are not, but because we have actual common enemies, the ones who are trying across the country, not to mention towns nearby, to ban books such as Art Spiegelman's Mouse, A Survivor's Tale of the Holocaust. They applaud your efforts today as you make their work that much easier. Speaking of Art Spiegelman, who I think if we could all agree on one thing, it might be that he's certainly not anti-Semitic. He had this to say just a few years ago, and I quote, "There is definitely a shift in the American Jewish community, with many more of us speaking openly about our opposition to and disgust with the Israeli occupation. The recent horrific shelling of Gaza has broken through the reluctance many people have to openly criticize Israel. Hamas's awful grip on Gaza does not justify the killing of so many innocents. As the Maplewood South Orange community, we support the rights of all teachers, students, and community members, Palestinian students and staff, to teach and speak out in favor of ending the occupation and a free Palestine, and we reject all attempts to silence and intimidate all members of the Maplewood South Orange community through ploys like this."
Thank you. Thoraya Zaiden.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
As an educator in New Jersey public schools for over 11 years so far, and as an advocate for students and teachers, I want to address the Maplewood South Orange School District for their contribution to the erasure of identities that are forced into marginalization. This can include people who are Black, Brown, LGBTQ, Muslim, Jewish, immigrants, refugees, women, and many others. The district signed off on a resolution in the spring of 2023, the Teach the Truth policy. It's critical that the words and actions align when we have a responsibility to our children and young people. After the murder of George Floyd in 2020, we saw a rise in initiatives in public education related to racial equity and inclusion. In order for this work to not be performative, we must reflect teaching the truth, and this includes not penalizing teachers who are inclusive in recognizing the struggle of the people. The group of the MAPSO Freedom School educators has served the community for years through the Black Lives Matter at School, their Saturday school program, the Model Gary Project, and most recently, the Students for Justice. They have served students and community through their practice and contribute to creating a platform for students to use their voice. And most often, they have provided a space for students who are typically silenced in public education. In this heightened genocidal massacre against the Palestinian people, and I say heightened because this has been ongoing for 75 years, Amnesty International, along with all major human rights groups globally, have labeled the imposed massacre on Palestinians as a genocide, particularly because of the 20,000 murders in the last 8 weeks in Gaza and the West Bank. All lives are of value because they exist. It is imperative that we recognize the harsh reality, as all accredited human rights organizations in the world have. The group of MAPSO educators.
Thank you very much. Amanda Burns El Hassouni.
Hi. Hi, my name is Amanda Burns El Hassouni. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amanda Burns El Hassouni. I live in South Orange. I'm here today in show of support for a teacher at Psalms who I feel has been mischaracterized on a local Facebook group. First, I would just like to say I really admonish this behavior on social media. I always feel it's imbalanced and one-sided to pose an accusatory question or make a blanket statement about a teacher instead of going through the appropriate channels, such as talking with the teacher, going to the school administration or principal, and finally, writing the BOE or superintendent. Writing a post that brings about such vitriol with negative comments, asking for the teacher's name in DM, and calls for resignation, for me, are wildly inappropriate. We've seen the same thing happen to another teacher in this school district, and no matter what the outcome is, it was still judge and jury by social media, which is completely unfair. I know this teacher. I worked with her on advocating for 8 holidays off within our school district, as it was very personally important to me, my family, and the Muslim community. She worked with a group of kids at Psalms, where a petition for Muslim holidays was started by a student who was doing this for his bar mitzvah. What a beautiful thing to have such understanding and empathy from another community, as he felt was underrepresented in the acknowledging of important holidays. I am indebted to this whole group for their work, and as I and my good friend Soraya Shalfaroush have been working on this for a couple of years. Things that were said about this teacher are not true or completely misconstrued. A rather egregious example was that she kept a supposed tip jar on her desk, but this is actually her own money in a jar for the kids to use if they might fall short with funds to buy a drink or a snack, etc. Not even close to a tip jar. Let's not be judge and jury on social media with teachers anymore, because we don't know their side of the situation.
Carrie Gordon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I speak as a former PTA president at the Tuscan School and a parent to children in the district. The South Orange Maplewood School District has been working for years to make our classroom more equitable, and that work is ongoing. I ask you to please continue to collaborate with unapologetically anti-racist organizations like MAPSO Freedom School to ensure that work is successful. I understand that MAPSO Freedom School has come under fire for uplifting Palestine and giving vital historical context to the situation, which includes colonialism, imperialism, and 75 years of occupation. It's exactly what an anti-racist organization should be doing right now. It shouldn't be controversial to condemn apartheid and genocide, but here we are. Yes, genocide. It isn't hyperbole. The Israeli government has brazenly declared the intention to commit war crimes, and over 800 genocide scholars have written an open letter calling it a textbook case of genocide. Numerous human rights orgs like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International call the system of oppression and domination against Palestinians apartheid, conditions which Nelson Mandela said were worse than what he experienced in apartheid South Africa. Israel also receives billions in military aid every year from the United States, so all U.S. citizens have a vested interest. This is our tax money that could instead go to to better funding our education or healthcare. Current events in Palestine are absolutely devastating. The teachers in our school district lack the tools and support to speak about it or facilitate discussions for their students. That's why having a partnership with MAPSO Freedom School is so necessary. The rhetoric at every level of the U.S. government, from the president down to township committees, is fomenting Islamophobia and endangers not only Palestinian and Muslim students, but anyone who might be mistaken for being Arab. All of which makes it more important than ever to have a group like MAPSO Freedom School, which helps make students feel seen, heard, and supported. MAPSO Freedom School also ensures our classrooms are spaces where all students feel a sense of belonging by providing vital anti-racist training to teachers. The Anti-Defamation League, ADL, is often brought into schools to teach about anti-Semitism. Their statistics are often cited. Unfortunately, the ADL is not an anti-racist organization because they are Zionist.
Thank you very much. David Letwin. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Letwin, and I've been a South Orange resident since 2017. And I'm here tonight to say that I enthusiastically support the MAPSO Freedom School and the vital work it has been doing since its founding. The Freedom School is committed to progressive anti-racist pedagogy and is a model of social justice education. Shamefully, the Freedom School has come under attack from enablers of the apartheid Israeli state in our community for supporting Palestinian freedom. As an anti-Zionist Jew who had family murdered in the Holocaust and in pogroms in Tsarist Russia, and who had family sacrifice their lives during the Second World War fighting the Nazi war machine, I greatly admire the Freedom School for its courageous solidarity with Palestinians. As for local deniers of Israeli genocide, who have absurdly slandered the Freedom School and other Palestine supporters as anti-Semitic, I can only say that there is nothing anti-Jewish whatsoever about supporting Palestinian liberation from 75 years of systemic Israeli racism, settler colonial dispossession, and state-sponsored terror, or calling for a free Palestine from the river to the sea with equal rights for all, regardless of their religious or ethnic identity. I implore the MAPSO Board of Education to defend the MAPSO Freedom School and others in our school from this racist McCarthyite smear campaign, which mirrors, by the way, right-wing attacks around the country on critical race theory and adjacent disciplines, and to honor and support the work of the Freedom School in whatever ways it can. And to the Freedom School educators and students, thank you again for showing our community what solidarity with the oppressed and truth teaching look like, and for showing us what it means to say that we will not be silent and we will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. Noha Sadani.
Am I being heard?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Noha, and I am a West Orange resident. I'm here to express my support and admiration for the work of MAPSO Freedom School. When my voice was unheard, MAPSO Freedom School provided me with the support and community. In light of the rise of Islamophobia and suppression of Palestinian voices, I cannot stress how grateful I am to have that support. I respect their integrity, teacher engagement, and dedication to preparing young people to be informed and active citizens. The MAPSO Freedom School showed up in solidarity with West Orange student walkout who were feeling isolated, threatened, and silenced, giving them their rights of freedom of speech. I support MAPSO Freedom School in addition to all teachers and students in their current efforts to examine the crisis in the Middle East through the lens of history. It is sad in these times that people are attacked for advocating for peace. We must help children find a solution to conflicts other than war. As Howard Zinn said, as soon as you suggest that it is important to consider something other than violent retaliation, you are accused of sympathizing with the terrorists. It's a cheap way of ending discussion without examining intelligent alternatives to present policy. So I am not surprised to hear that community members want to sever ties with MAPSO Freedom School. But for those of us who believe that what James Baldwin said was true, the children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I'm starting to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. Maps of Freedom School is on the right side of history, speaking up for the oppressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Tova Fry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am a resident of West Orange, but I'm a Jewish person who really doesn't like the whole idea of stating that the Jewish community speaks as one voice, because we don't. We have different voices, just like every other community does. And my voice says, not in my name. Do not commit genocide in my name. The genocide that's going on in Gaza is a historic genocide that is just outrageous and so violent, that over 7,000 children now have been killed by the U.S.-Israeli war machine. And I say not in my name, and I applaud Maps of Freedom School for speaking up on the side of justice. I was born in occupied Palestine because the U.S. government wouldn't allow my parents after World War II into this country because of quotas against Eastern European Jews, after all my grandparents and a number of my aunts and uncles were killed during the Holocaust. So instead, my family wound up in what had just become the state of Israel, where an Israeli soldier or soldiers stole a Palestinian family's home and gave it to my parents. And that's where I was born. So speaking in through the lens of history, like Maps of Freedom School wants to do and is trying to do, when you look at it on that microcosmic level, that's just an example of why we're all, or a number of us here are saying 75 years. History didn't start on October 7th. There's been 75 years of ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and we need it to stop, and we need Maps of Freedom School to be able to speak up for the students.
President Whitlitter, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Natanya Kremer.
Hello, my name is Natanya. I live in West Orange. As a longtime social worker and anti-racist educator for justice and community action, as well as a non-Zionist Jewish parent, I'm adding my voice tonight in support of Maps of Freedom School, a phenomenal group of justice-minded, diverse educators, parents, students, and community members who stand for peace and humanity and who consistently demonstrate their commitment to standing for all students. I have profound admiration and gratitude for the dedication that Maps of Freedom School has shown to support and applying their voices for meaningful change. As one recent example, when West Orange High School student organizers organized a peaceful protest in solidarity with Palestinians and were feeling isolated, threatened, and silenced, Maps of Freedom School turned out to show support and ensure that our students knew they were not alone. The educators who comprise Maps of Freedom School are courageous, principled, generous, deeply committed, and serve as a model for how to put love for students into action. Since moving to New Jersey, I have witnessed, experienced, and benefited from the multitude of ways that Maps of Freedom School centers collective liberation as a core value as they partner with and support young people. I share their inspiring and impactful efforts and the resources they distribute with other local parents and educators, including book discussions, Black Lives Matter at School programming, professional development resources to confront institutional racism. I attended the most recent Teach Truth Day of Action with my daughter and have been so moved and inspired by their work that I look forward to the day that she is old enough to attend the Saturday Freedom School. school. It is absolutely critical that much needed anti-racist professional development continues to be offered and that MAPSO Freedom School continues to support student groups in their Saturday Freedom School through Black Lives Matter at School, the Model Gary Student Convention, and so much more. Please do not eliminate the liaison between the board and MAPSO Freedom School. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan L. And Susan, if you could state your full name when you come on, that would be great. All right. We can hear you.
Okay, there we go.
Now we can't.
You can't hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. So MAPSO Freedom School came to my attention and
Sorry, Susan, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but could you please state your name for the record, please? Thank you so much.
Sure, Susan Lagashi. So MAPSO Freedom School is an extremist group whose posts are full of hateful rhetoric and false information and will mislead students and create more division, more hate, and more anti-Semitism that will lead to violence. This organization is anti-Semitic, as they clearly don't believe that Israel and the Jewish nation have a right to exist and have a land. While we strive for peace, groups like these sabotage the future of Israelis and Palestinians. They're trying to dehumanize the Israelis and Jews and have people believe there's justification for the Hamas evil, barbaric atrocities on October 7th. Their words of genocide, colonialism, and apartheid are inaccurate and are not freedom of speech. They're hate speech that does not belong in our schools and has consequences. Their claims to erase our Jewish history and say that we colonized Israel and land where Jews have lived for thousands of years is just beyond. I mean, for centuries, Jews have been oppressed and have fought for their survival and for the land of Israel. Not one post condemned Hamas's barbaric massacre, rape, kidnapping. While we have empathy for the death of Palestinian people, Hamas does not. Israel was dragged into this war it did not want. One of the co-founders of the Freedom School had quoted and posted, "We can't get caught up in the use of a racist tropes like terrorists and justify Israel's white supremacist apartheid state. First, Hamas is a US designated foreign terrorist group, and they won't recognize that, which scares me because to us, it means they're supporting terror and the genocide of the Jewish people, because that is in the Hamas charter. She's calling Israel white supremacist, which is completely wrong, hateful, and offensive to the Jews of color. I am a North African Middle Eastern Jew. My family from Morocco and Lebanon, which were persecuted for years for being Jewish, and they had to flee for their safety. They're Black Jews, they're brown Jews, they're Asian Jews. We are not white supremacists, and that is false claims. It's also offensive to the Arab Israelis, Jews, Bedouins, and Baha'is and Christians that live peacefully.
Thank you, Susan.
I hope you cut ties with them.
Thank you, Susan. Jennifer Nadelson.
I do not see that community member online.
Okay, thank you. Noah Marcus.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Noah.
Noah Marcus from South Orange. I'm here tonight to ask the BOE to sever all ties with MAPSO Freedom School, including any liaison, on 2 points. They've clearly shown themselves to be an active political entity, something that's clearly against your rules. And on the second point, our town has a very clear slogan: hate has no place in Soma. However, we have allowed an organization that regularly posts hateful rhetoric towards Jews and Israelis to educate our teachers and students. Must immediately correct this wrong and really do better in vetting organizations and what they are providing. There's a big difference between being compassionate to the Palestinians in their strife and continuing anti-Israel, anti-Semitic rhetoric tropes, including Israel is a genocide, which is really hard to understand considering the 2 million plus Arabs that are freely living in Israel currently. And quoting from the river to the sea, and just to make it really clear, the river is the Jordan River, and then there's the sea. There's nothing in between, right? If it's from the river to the sea, there is no Israel. While I do think there should be open dialogue and education on these subjects, these must be based in fact and not on one-sided made-up rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Ford.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. My name is Brian Ford. I'm a high school history teacher living in Montclair. I'm a member of several organizations that have worked with MAPSO over the years. I consider their founders and members dear friends. In a speech in 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right?" And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because one's conscience tells one that it is right. The notion that MAPSO Freedom School's refreshing and unapologetic solidarity with the Palestinian liberation from Zionist occupation is somehow more political or more controversial than their other social justice work is false. The difference is because of the weaponization of anti-Semitism using ridiculous definitions thereof, it is not safe. They are operating on conscience while those around them are operating on cowardice. In my role, the organizations that I'm in, and as an individual, I've been with MAPSO on many occasions, from book groups to Black Lives Matter at school, statewide organizing to Teach for Black Lives activities. By the way, the official position of BLM and BLM at school, I'm a member of the latter on the curriculum committee, is a free Palestine from the river to the sea. To say that that is anti-Semitic is ridiculous. I support MAPSO Freedom School and their members who do PD in their current efforts to examine the ongoing settler colonialism, apartheid, and genocide in Palestine through the lens of true history. It's sad that people get persecuted for standing for justice, but if you study history, you know that those two things go hand in hand. Palestinian activist and writer Mohammed El-Kurd once noted, "Much of what's happening in Palestine will be in future history books as an example of revolutionary struggle. Waiting until history books tell you what to celebrate is easy. It's much harder to stand on the right side of history as it unfolds in real time." I hope the Soma district and community can overcome their cowardice
Brian.
and join me, MAPSO.
Thank you. Sherry Langbert.
I do not see that community member online.
Okay, thank you. Olivia Chung.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm currently a sophomore at Vanderbilt University studying public policy and social determinants of health and have been a South Orange resident for my entire life. I'm speaking tonight to express my unwavering support and admiration for MAPSO Freedom School and their tireless work to uplift and educate the students and faculty of the district. Most importantly, I support MAPSO Freedom School students and educators in the district advocating to end the violent occupation in Palestine. In a district that prides itself on inclusion, diversity, and a strong dedication to social justice, there has always been a disappointing shortage of resources for our students and faculty of color. MAPSO Freedom School not only provided me with the chance to learn about topics ranging from police brutality and abolitionism to toxic masculinity and dismantling the patriarchy, but gifted me a safe space to talk about my experiences as a person of color in this district and in this world, all things that I did not or learn in the classroom. As a former member of MAPSO Freedom School, I will continue to support this organization in their efforts to continue working with district students and faculty as they provide critical education and genuine inclusion that we especially lack in our schools. To end district support for MAPSO Freedom School would be doing an irreparable disservice to this town, its educators, and most importantly, its children. MAPSO Freedom School's resolute dedication to educating and preparing young people to be informed and active citizens and core values of giving a voice to the voiceless and freedom to the oppressed cannot be ignored or taken away. To argue a dedication to free speech and equal protection in MAPSO, but deem not just support, but mere mentions of the over 75 years of Palestinian displacement, unlawful imprisonment, brutalization, murder, and suffering as hate speech and acts of anti-Semitism is despicable. It is organizations like MAPSO Freedom School that are giving the children and faculty of this district the proper support, encouragement, and education that our schools continuously fail to provide, and it deserves the utmost support from the district and the townspeople.
Thank you. Jacob Chaffin. Jacob, we can't hear you well.
Can you hear me now? Is this?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacob Chafin. I'm a Maplewood resident and a partner of a high school teacher in the district. I'm here to show my support for the work of the MAPSO Freedom School and their courage to stand with Palestinian liberation and the call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. As of today, 15,000 Palestinian civilians have died, 6,000 among them children. And what we are witnessing is the attempts to silence and censure people who are willing to say that 6,000 children is too many dead in Gaza and that it needs to stop now. What is happening is a genocide, and people are denying that. By cutting ties with the MAPSO Freedom School, this board would effectively be adjoining genocide deniers and preventing teachers and students from speaking out against what is one of the worst atrocities of the 21st century. And again, I just want to show my support for the MAPSO Freedom School and all teachers and students to speak the truth. What we're seeing is also going to be moving into more bullying, intimidation, and retaliation against those who are willing to speak out and call for a ceasefire and for Palestinian liberation. The school board, I hope, is courageous enough to stand with teachers and students who are, again, supporting Palestinian liberation, freedom for Palestinians. That is being called anti-Semitic, but truly freedom for Palestinians is freedom for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Alanya Friedman.
I do not see that community member online.
Okay, thank you. Sabil Al-Basood.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you, Sabil.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Sabil Applesuit, Maplewood resident. I find it deeply concerning that our school district is entertaining calls to sever ties with the MAPSO Freedom School. I fear that these calls are resurrecting very dangerous McCarthy-era repressions and persecutions of those whose teachings and opinions may be controversial. Censorship is a violation of our constitutional rights. Prejudice and racism are violations of civil rights, and bias is a denial of our students' right to education. It is our responsibility to provide all educational opportunities to all students in the district, even if it may be unpopular and may evoke discomfort. Giving weight and strength to those who seek to censor, defund, or dismantle the MAPSO Freedom School is a contradiction to the progressive and inclusive community we claim to be. There is an awakening happening throughout the world regarding Gaza. Visual truths are being documented out of Gaza by the Gazans themselves for the world to see. It is thanks to social media that the narrative is shifting through education. Awareness and learning is bringing millions out in protests in support of Palestine, held in major cities all around the world. I find that many of the comments stated tonight promote racism, Islamophobia, and the denial of the recognition of Palestinian humanity. I've heard so much misinformation, and bias. As an Arab and Muslim, I say with absolute conviction that our voice, our narrative, and our humanity is not represented in mainstream media, in the news, nor is it advocated for in our government's policies. We experience Islamophobia, racism, attacks, and fear within and outside of our community. The dominant narrative regarding Arabs, Muslims, and specifically Palestinians has been racist, Islamophobic, and frankly, ignorant. I'll give two examples of why the education programs of the MFS is so important. I'll throw out a word, terrorist. What did you immediately think of? Did you think of a white man with an assault rifle storming a school? Did you think of an army blowing 7,000 children to bits in their sleep in Gaza? Or did you think of a Muslim? I have a friend who has a PhD in chemical engineering who once asked me if the Christians in Egypt are allowed to speak Arabic. We are drowning in a sea of bias and misinformation.
Thank you, Sabine. Joseph Gabriel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, that's better. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Hi, I'm Joseph Gabriel, a resident of South Orange, and I'm speaking here to make 2 points in support of Freedom School. Number one, ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people won't stop. That was the empowering chant that I heard from Freedom School in Spiota Park 10 days ago. The phrase in question, the one with river in it, the one that I won't say, I heard that phrase exactly once that night, not from Freedom School, but from a Jewish speaker. Not chanted repeatedly, but rather said to call for peace and freedom and dignity. I did, however, see that phrase, as did many others, scrawled in red on a sign held by a pro-Israel agitator. Again, not Freedom School. So my first point is that as the board considers action regarding Freedom School, I urge you to please critically look at all the actual facts and not let mischaracterizations drive your decisions. Point number two, as a product of New Jersey's public school system, I learned about the horrors of the Holocaust, the establishment of the State of Israel, and America's long allyship with Israel. I was enriched by that education, and I am grateful that those were unquestioned staples of my high school curriculum 3 decades ago here in New Jersey. I did not, however, learn about Gaza, the West Bank, or the struggle for Palestinian liberation. In that same history class, we learned about Martin Luther King Jr., but we did not learn about Emmett Till, or Malcolm X, or redlining. Those subjects were too uncomfortable for our unprepared teachers, too unfamiliar for our parents who had themselves never learned that history. And as I got older, I came to realize how lopsided my education had been, telling a neat narrative, true enough in what it covered, but incomplete in its truth. And I would like that to be different for my 2 Arab American children, that they are taught the full breadth of history supported by the Freedom School. History which is often complicated, messy, confusing, challenging, or uncomfortable. And that is exactly why we must teach it in order to avoid repeating it. Thank you.
Thank you. Fazia Moin.
You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Fazia Moyen. I'm a resident of Maplewood, parent of a preschooler in the district. I also wanted to just quickly chime in with my support for the MAPSO Freedom School. Echoing what others have said, this seems like a targeted attack based off really disinformation on social media. As the previous speaker said, the phrase in question was never said by the speakers of the MAPSO Freedom School. If the people who are there actually listened to what the MAPSO Freedom School said, they spoke about empowering students to speak out for what they believe is right. And they didn't say anything about picking a side. They just talked about empowering students to speak for their convictions. And so I think, and it's for that reason, I really believe we should continue our ties with the MAPSO Freedom School. This is not about, just this one issue. This is about trying to silence voices that are speaking up for Palestinian voices. And this has been happening throughout the country, and this really shouldn't be happening in our district. But the work they do is important. We need to keep it here.
Thank you. Tika Jagat.
I do not see that community member online.
Okay. Leah Owens.
Same with that community member. I do not see them online.
Okay. Kathy Carliner.
Do not see that community member online either.
Sam Carliner.
Neither Sam or Kathy are online.
Okay. Isioma Grant.
I do not see that community member either online.
Okay. Lauren, no last name presented, but
Let's see. No, Lauren.
okay. Daniel Gosling.
Hello? This is
Hi.
Megan and Dan Gosling together. Thank you. Can you hear us? Thanks.
Yes, we can.
We wanted to address two concerns on the agenda tonight, both the absence of the MAPSO Freedom School Liaison and also the inappropriate staff conduct policy 4281. I wanted to address both of them since the inappropriate staff conduct policy appears to be going forward at the same time that the MAPSO liaison has been removed from the board. And from my perspective, it appears these two are both linked and they feel targeted. As the parents of 3 students in this district, we are very proud that our older children at CHS and SOMS have had the ultimate privilege of being in 4 MAPSO Freedom School teachers' classrooms. MAPSO Freedom School contains some of our district's very best teachers, and the professional development that they provide helps our teachers facilitate challenging and uncomfortable conversations in inclusive classrooms and is an invaluable resource for teaching the truth. There are clearly a lot of folks on this meeting tonight who are made uncomfortable by folks speaking the truth and want to characterize words such as oppression, genocide, occupation, violent colonialism, or from the river to the sea as anti-Semitic hate speech. But that doesn't actually make those words hate speech. And calling for the freedom of one group doesn't inherently mean calling for the destruction of another. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and there's nothing hateful or anti-Jewish about supporting Palestinian liberation or calling for justice and equality for all throughout historic Palestine. This should not be controversial and I hope would not scare our Jewish neighbors. The inappropriate conduct policy is censorship. This policy appears to restrict the actions, opinions, and speech of teachers and can be used at will and without consistency. I am concerned that this policy will be used against teachers in the name of protecting students, but it is not protecting students. It is allowing for the punishment of teachers who teach the truth. It is folding to the pressure of vocal Zionists and racists in our community in a way that puts teachers and staff members at risk of losing their employment for speaking the truth. Our district adopted a Teach the Truth policy, which we must abide by and not have it
Thank
be
you very
performative.
much. Kim Collins. Not there. Keith?
Just doing one more check. No, that community member is not.
Oh, okay. Kate Roche.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Kate Roche, and I've lived in Maplewood, South Orange for over 30 years. We moved here because it was not a lily white, right-wing town. My kids have gone through the school system and benefited from the amazing dedicated teachers who have taught truth to mine and other kids. I'm here to express my strong support for the MAPSO Freedom School, which is a beacon of learning in our diverse community, as its formation was to address our community's past racist practices. I can't stress enough of how empowering this program is for our teachers and students, particularly Black and Brown. For them to be attacked and accused of anti-Semitism for including a Palestinian perspective, such a dangerous precedent and is a form of censorship. And I just want to say, talking about hate speech, at the One Selma vigil for Palestine, the Zionists there were so full of hate. They spit on us, yelled obscenities at us, and threatened to find out where we worked and get us fired. And those people were not for freedom of speech. Today, 42 states have already passed or are attempting to pass legislation forbidding the teaching of racism, sexism, LGBTQ history, and oppression throughout US and international history. Teachers are being bullied and threatening for signing the Zinn Education's project Pledge to Teach Truth, which says, "We, the undersigned educators, refuse to lie to young people about US history and current events. It is not anti-Semitic to say what is happening in Palestine is genocide. I know it's no use talking to the people who don't want to hear facts about the human rights groups that have denounced the state of Israel of apartheid and genocide. Criticizing the state of Israel is not anti-Semitic. The US is aiding and abetting this onslaught. And instead of attacking our community members who want to see all persons everywhere have a democratic and sustainable life, we should demand the US stop funding endless wars and invest in quality education and social support for our students and our communities.
Thank you. Brett Robertson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Brett Robertson. I'm a resident of South Orange and the parent of 3 students in the district. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of Mapso Freedom School and the work they do, and to encourage the district to honor their commitment to teaching the truth, even when it is difficult. It has been unfortunate and shameful to hear many comments tonight from people mischaracterizing Mapso Freedom School's positions and comments as anti-Semitic, which is simply false and slanderous. It is instead the height of anti-Semitism to suggest that criticism of the state of Israel is anti-Semitic, particularly as the majority of Jewish people in the US are also critical of the Israeli government. I denounce the Israeli government just as I denounce the US government for their roles in the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the West Bank. That is not racist or anti-Semitic. It is simply acknowledging the horrific truth. I have had the privilege to meet some of the teachers who are members of Mapso Freedom School and know them to be dedicated, highly skilled, deeply caring, and absolutely dedicated to teaching the truth to our children. They have the bravery to speak uncomfortable truths at fraught times, such as what we are in now. Any sanction on Mapso Freedom School would indicate that this district is rejecting the principles of diversity and truth that the community purports to stand for. It would indicate that the district does not care about Arab, Muslim, and especially Palestinian students, teachers, staff, and community members. And it would also show that comforting lies are preferable to hard truths. Many people would rather avoid any discussion of what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank right now. I understand the temptation for school members and officials. However, I think this does a profound disservice to our children who deserve to behold the truth. I hope the district will recommit to our teachers to teaching the truth, protecting the right to free speech for all members of the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Rachel Marcus.
Hello?
Hey, Rachel, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Rachel Klinghoffer Marcus, and I live in South Orange, New Jersey, and I'm part of the Jewish community here, a community I moved to 8 years ago to raise my family here, to this town specifically for its diverse, warm community that proudly displays "Hate has no home here" on signs on their lawns. Since October 7th, that statement seems to be exempt when it refers to hate against Jews. I am here along with other members of the Soma community concerned about the Mapso Freedom School and its relationship with our school district. We are formally requesting that you immediately cut ties with Mapso Freedom School and cease any professional development and/or training with Mapso Freedom School. We should not and will not be part of or accept any hateful rhetoric and misinformation about the terrorism in Israel and Gaza being spread in our schools. They are political and have their own agenda, which does not align with the BOE. They operate without regard for actual facts, denying Jews are indigenous to Israel, describing Israel as colonial oppressors who commit genocide. These false, hateful speech is not free speech. These individuals were chanting just down in South Orange Square last weekend, tearing down posters of kidnapped children, chanting from the river to the sea, the destruction of a whole people and a nation. These people have no place teaching students or teachers as they propagate hatred and violence towards Jews. I ask the BOE to right this wrong, to make a truly inclusive environment for all people, for all religions, for all nationalities, for all colors. We can find a better way together with freedom for all Palestinians, for all Jews, for all white people, Black people, for us all to be together and live in peace, because I know that's what our community is, and that's what we all care about. Thank you for your time. Please remove the liaison from the MAPSO Freedom.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, where was I now? Okay, sorry about that. So Leah Graham.
Does not appear that community members online.
Thank you. Donna A. We can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry, I already had my chance to speak. Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. TJ Whitaker.
Good evening. My name is TJ Whitaker. I'm a 20-year teacher at Columbia High School, and I'm a co-founder of MAPSO Freedom School. James Baldwin said, "To be a Negro in this country and relatively conscious is to exist in a state of rage almost all the time." MAPSO Freedom School was born out of racist treatment of Black students in South Orange Maplewood School District. Everyone knows that history. We were the only ones who supported them when they were beaten by the kids. Were we political then? Were we political when we supported students who expressed themselves about being LGBTQ? Were we political when we supported our students who were expressing their interests about not having cops in school? Were we political when we supported students, right, who protested the recent Roe v. Wade resolutions? I say no. We have not promoted a K-12 curriculum on Palestine, but what we have done is the Model Gary Project. The Model Gary Project allows students to do research on various issues, from politics to education to health and wellness to social media, and to present position papers, right, in conversation with students from around the state, right, in order to talk about the issues as they see them, right, in their world. The really ironic point about the Model Gary is that one of the very people who was trying to end the liaison to MAPSO Freedom School with the board, his own child benefited from the Model Gary Project. That's just one example. In our Saturday school, we're talking about hard history. And so when someone raises the issue of political prisoners, we need to understand the history of the counterintelligence program in the United States. It was the United States government and the FBI that's literally set up a program.
Thank you, TJ. Willie Sumner.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm an alumni of South Orange Maple School District and have been teaching, coaching, and advising student clubs in the district for the past 7 years. I have a BA in history, a master's in social studies education, and have completed numerous training courses related to human rights, social justice, and education including Undoing Racism, the Amistad Summer Institute, and the Summer Human Rights Institute at the Leitner Center for International Law and Justice at Fordham Law School. I'm also extremely proud to be a co-founding member of MAPSO Freedom School. Like many of our students, I grew up in an interfaith family. One thing I learned from my Jewish family is a lesson we repeat every year during Passover Seder, that we have a responsibility to others to speak out for what is right, and especially to speak out for the oppressed. I also hold dear lessons that I learned as a student here, where I fell in love with diverse peoples and cultures and witnessed and learned how our schools and community fell short of giving all students, particularly brown and black students, full access to the education and spaces that white students and families received and operated in. These lessons and observations, along with good teachers, taught me the importance of critical evaluation of history to understand our current circumstance. This passion for justice that I share with the other MAPSO organizers, many of whom also matriculated through this district as students or teacher currently, is based out of our love for this community and the students in our schools. We in the Freedom School dedicate countless hours away from our own families to spend time meeting, studying, planning lessons, and organizing events because we love this community, we love our students, and we believe that a more free and just world is possible. We believe that students should be empowered to ask difficult questions, learn and evaluate history, and form critical opinions even when the answers make us or them uncomfortable. It would be a betrayal of our own values as an anti-racist organization to not acknowledge the inalienable human rights of Palestinian people, as it would be a betrayal for us to remain silent when harm is done to Black and brown students in our own schools. We hope our stance empowers others, particularly young people, to study, organize, and take a stand for what they feel is right, even in the face of censorship. I ask the board maintain all resources, privileges, etc., currently available to the Freedom School and propose the implementation of a Middle East Studies curriculum, as is clearly of great interest to many in our community.
Thank you.
Board President Whitlitter, we have community member Isoma Grant. It looks like we're not able to unmute before.
Oh, Celia Graham.
Yes, it's
Okay, Celia Graham.
Isioma Grant.
Oh, where's that?
Right above that, Lauren, no last name.
Oh, okay, there it is. Perfect. Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Hi, I'm a sophomore at Smith. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm a sophomore at Smith College and a lifelong South Orange resident. I recently graduated from Columbia, and during my time at CHS, I had the opportunity to be a part of MAPSO Freedom School. Upon first hearing about this program, I was ecstatic that there was an effort to address discrimination and bias prevalent in our school system. I, as a student of color, know that this is more than necessary. MAPSO Freedom School was the first time I had access to a safe space to discuss race and racism in an academic setting. The opportunity to learn about complex systemic issues that impact nearly every facet of our daily lives is absolutely invaluable. It is an opportunity that should continue to be accessible to students and educators within our school district, as I truly believe that a district as diverse as ours and a district with as many instances of discrimination as ours can only benefit from such a program. I further express my admiration and support for MAPSO Freedom School, as I believe that it has helped to shape me into the student I am today. Here at Smith College, I recently declared my sociology as my major. My interest in interpreting the world from a sociological perspective stemmed from my involvement in MAPSO Freedom School. Our extensive conversations about political organizing, abolition, and patriarchal structures vastly resonated with my interest in a way that my classes never had. I specifically recall during our discussion about abolition, Derica Purnell, an acclaimed human rights lawyer, writer, and organizer, joined us to share her wisdom and knowledge on the topic. I later had the opportunity through MAPSO Freedom School to read her book, Becoming Abolitionists, and moderate her book talk. Meeting Mrs. Purnell was one of the greatest opportunities I had during high school. It was through meeting her and reading her book that I decided I too want to pursue a career in human rights law. I have MAPSO Freedom School to thank for this amazing opportunity and for introducing me to a world of information that I now have the ability to pursue through my higher education journey and beyond. MAPSO Freedom School is an invaluable asset to our community that should be protected and praised. It is nothing short of an amazing program that will benefit all who partake in it.
Thank you. Rosanna McCreer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Rosanna McCreer, and I've been a part of this community for over 23 years as a resident of Maplewood. I'm here because I think it is very irresponsible to revoke privileges from MAPSO Freedom School that allows them to use district schools for community events. These include programs such as Black Lives Matter Week of Action. As a mother who has raised 3 Black young women, I support a program that has always allowed them to feel seen and supported when this district has so often made them feel invisible. I'm especially concerned about this program being impacted because my daughters love being a part of this group. They benefited from their involvement because it actually made them more aware of global issues and allowed them to be more open to perspectives from other cultures and ethnicities. They also built so many beautiful relationships with the teachers and administrators and other students of the Mapso Freedom School that they maintain today. Resisting racism and oppression is never easy, but these teachers have been courageous enough to share their beliefs, knowing that it would not be popular. They are brave. The sponsors of MFS are dedicated and amazing educators, and to take away what they have built is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Awa Akakor.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes, we can.
okay. It's Awo Okaikor IE Price. I'm a former classroom teacher, co-founder of the National Black Lives Matter at School, Mapso Freedom School, and co-founding organizer of the Teach Truth campaign in partnership with the Zen Education Project. I'm here to speak in favor of Mapso Freedom School and the invaluable work that they provide to educators and young people in the district and beyond. In 2016, Mapso Freedom School was started because of the history of anti-Blackness in the United States, but most specifically in South Orange and Maplewood. As an alum of both Seth Boyden and Columbia High School, I'm all too familiar with the violence that permeates in this district and community. Black people are, were, and have never been safe here in South Orange and Maplewood. My parents also moved to the district because they thought it was diverse and inclusive. And we also we found out what that really meant for Black children. And they understood that their children would not and were not loved and valued here. They were deceived. We quickly found out that the image is a facade. I was 11 years old and my brother was 10 years old when my parents made the very difficult decision to send my brother and I to Ghana for schooling because of the targeting and anti-Blackness here in the district. I understand we were able to escape that racism here for the time period, but so many others are trapped here and were trapped here. My motivation to help start the organization was grounded in my experience as a student in the district and as a former classroom teacher who not only experienced but witnessed the ways that the country punishes and pushes Black and Indigenous folks so far to the margins. We wanted the Freedom School to be a space that served as a refuge for Black students, other students of color, and our accomplices, with an understanding of building a multi-ethno-racial society. We understood that not only do the students need the support, but the educators needed the education and training to help shift their pedagogy.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Vanessa Prevlion.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Vanessa Preblon, and I live in Maplewood. I'm speaking tonight to express my support and admiration for the work of Maps for Freedom School and support for all teachers and students in South Orange Maplewood School District to teach and speak out in favor of ending the occupation and a free Palestine. I've had the opportunity to participate in MAPSO Saturday Freedom School. One of the Saturday school topics was the Black Lives Matter protest because it gave us a safe place to express our feelings. And of course, to teach us about the many ways in which Black people are being mistreated in society and how institutions and laws and policies help to continue that unfairness. We talked about how some people were offended by Black Lives Matter because when people are offended by the terms like Black Lives Matter, recently from River to the Sea, we took away from that movement. that only upholds white supremacy. White supremacy relies on confusion and misinformation. This is why we need Saturday Freedom School. They spread the truth.
Vanessa, are you still there? Okay. Thank you, Vanessa. Susan Farber.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. My name is Susan Farber. My kids and granddaughter live in South Orange. Presumably, this board's goal is to avoid the kind of inflammatory propaganda and outright brainwashing proposed by MAPSO and provide a balanced, fair approach to any sensitive topic. Continuing a relationship with MAPSO creates a clear and present danger. Its curriculum only talks about facts that support its agenda. It doesn't use any other facts that support any position other than that. And it lays out nothing considering the perspective of Israel, which is very interesting to me. I daily watch and witness what regular folk in this community do, respecting the tearing down and defacing of photos of kidnapped Israeli hostages. In New York and here also, people spew from the river to the sea, which does mean a cry to destroy Israel. This notion that anti-Semitism is different from anti-Zionism has really been completely debunked after October 7th. 3 examples of what happens on colleges, campuses, and also in schools, including in New Jersey. And this is just a few of many examples. A Stanford lecturer made Jewish students stand in a corner, branded them colonizers, trivialized the Holocaust, and hailed Hamas as freedom fighters. Don't say that that's possibly conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. It is exactly the same. Online posts targeting Jewish students at Cornell included, if you see a Jewish person on campus, follow them home and slit their throats. And I'm going to bring an assault rifle to campus and shoot all you pig Jews. Last week, 400 high schoolers in Queens, 400 high schoolers
Thank you,
stormed
Susan.
the hallways and terrorized a Jewish teacher.
Thank you. Fariha Chugul.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Fariha Chogle. I'm going to read out some statements made by Israeli lawmakers since October 7th. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, there will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly. Israel's Heritage Minister Amihai Eliyahu said, dropping a nuclear bomb on Gaza Strip would be one of the options for dealing with Hamas. Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said, my right, my wife's, my children's to roam the roads of Judea and Samaria are more important than the right of movement of the Arabs. Moshe Feiglin, the founder of Israel right-wing Zehut Party, said, there is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. I mean destruction, like what happened in Dresden and Hiroshima, without nuclear weapons. Everyone has heard these dehumanizing, racist, vile, and dangerous rhetoric from the lawmakers and witnessed the brutal massacre of over 15,000 innocent civilians over the past few days. So have the students and educators. MAPSO Freedom School is helping students exercise their right to free speech, truth, and fighting for the rights of others. I want to ask you, would you cave under the pressure from white supremacists if they were offended by the chants of Black Lives Matter? Of course not. Then why are we succumbing to pressure from anti-human Zionists? Students and teachers deserve to feel comfortable within an educational system that does not gag, suffocate, censor, and silence the voices of those who seek a free and just world for Palestinians. If Israel does not wish to be labeled an apartheid state, then perhaps it should stop behaving like one. This is a criticism of the Israeli government, not of the Jews, as many Jews support the cause for free Palestine. Perhaps it's time now to show our kids and community on how to tackle bullies and fight for the people who are real victims, rather than the ones who like playing one. I ask you to defend Mapso Freedom School and stand against those who seek to silence us and undermine the very principles upon which this great nation was founded. Thank you for your time. Free Palestine.
Thank you. James Davis.
It does not appear community member Davis is online.
Okay. Layla Gold.
Hello?
We can hear you.
All right. Hello, my name is Lila Gold. I'm a Maplewood resident, a CHS alum, the former student body president, and an ethnically Jewish person, though this latter identity is not one I should ever have to weaponize. I'm here to speak against the censoring of students and teachers in this district who have spoken in favor of Palestine and against occupation. Students around the country are facing harm for standing against genocide, for being Palestinian, or even for being Arab or Muslim. Just in the past week, 3 Palestinian students around my age were shot in Burlington. In the last few months, I've witnessed the fear of speaking out and the harassment of those who do. I've watched my friends be arrested and unjustly treated within their confinement, and I've had to cover my face during peaceful protests for fear of being doxxed by Zionists. Meanwhile, in Gaza, over 14,000 people have been slaughtered since October 7th, around half of them being younger than I am. I am 19. Entire bloodlines have been destroyed. My point in saying these things is that there are real consequences to voicing oppression to an ongoing genocide. Many people in this community have had to face these consequences, including students who have been harassed by their peers, parents, and even local rabbis, and including the Mapso Freedom School, a local collective of teachers whose connection with the district appears to be threatened by the influence of letters and comments from local Zionists. I stand in support of and in solidarity with Mapso Freedom School. They provide education and information that the rest of the district frequently does not. They support students. In high school, I remember these teachers uplifting student initiatives when others didn't. They are not extremists, they are not anti-Semitic, and they are not calling for a genocide against Israelis. In a recent class of mine, our professor was shocked by the lack of propaganda-free education that we had all received surrounding this situation. Because in SOMSD, I was never taught about this issue, let alone the truth of the genocide against Palestinians and the historic Israeli occupation of land and disregard for geographic agreements. Instead, we attack those who do try to speak out and threaten groups like these, who in this situation are only guilty of supporting human rights on social media. I'm asking all of you as a board to commit to protecting, to serving.
Georgiana Hart.
Mute. Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Oh,
Yep.
good. Okay. My name's Georgiana Hart, and I was a school nurse for over 27 years. I'm currently practicing part-time as an advanced practice nurse, and I have been a South Orange resident for over 20 years. I was very concerned and applauding the response, the compassionate response of the South Orange Township in regard to the Israeli-Gaza conflict. But the reaction of the powers that be by Netanyahu, who spoke about the reaction to Pearl Harbor as parallel to reacting to October 7th, was grossly out of proportion, where the tonnage of bombs has exceeded by unprecedented amounts, those thrown at Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and does amount to genocide. So I'm very heartened by hearing the amount of support here for those people who speak up for the Not for Freedom School. And perhaps this forum has been a bit of a Not for Freedom School forum, because I'm hearing that Netanyahu coalition does not represent the Jewish people, that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, just as our tax dollars here do not condone supporting the Netanyahu coalition. And I would hope that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Luma Hassan.
That community member is not online.
Okay. Ernesto Arroyo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. So I am an educator and a father of 3 school-age children. I'm here in support of MAPSO. I have benefited from their work. I have collaborated with their work, and I appreciate and love their commitment to social justice and education. I'm grateful that they teach young people to question authority, to question power. And I want to be very clear that the critique and the opposition of political leadership and military strategies should not be conflated with hate speech. That the critique of colonial apartheid and genocide at the hands of a fascist state is not anti-Semitic. When we speak about protecting education, we must protect the ability to question authority and the ability to question oppression, especially when it is state-sanctioned. Are we recommending students not learn about movements that question leadership? What about curriculum that highlights abolitionists, anti-racism? What about curriculum that highlights indigenous uprisings, such as the Battle of Little Bighorn, known as General Custer's Last Stand? What about talking about the rebellion of Harriet Tubman or the rebellion of Nat Turner? What about state-sanctioned, the worst?
I think we lost you. Well, thank you, Ernesto. Andrea Bromfeld.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
To slow down and not.
Oh, hi, it's Andrea Bromfeld from South Orange. Today, I'm asking the board to terminate the liaison position with the MAPSO Freedom School. Through its posts and actions, the MAPSO Freedom School has shown that it is not interested in education that fosters productive dialogue. Instead, its one-sided narrative regarding Israel, which is factually inaccurate, fosters anti-Semitism and intolerance in our community. This is not an organization that should be teaching our children. So I ask the board to terminate the liaison position, stop all professional development teaching through this school, and cease SAMEA funding to the MAPSO Freedom School. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra O'Hanlon Boone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. My name's Kira O'Hanlon Boone. I live in Maplewood, and I support the MAPSO Freedom School. To preface this, I want to make clear that it is not at all my intention to dismiss any valid concerns that Jewish people have in our community who are experiencing actual anti-Semitism as a result of all that is going on. At the same time, I want to make clear that the Israeli government is a separate entity to Israeli citizens and Jewish people, and it is entirely fair and necessary to criticize governments. While it's important to make sure no targeted hate is spread and no hate speech is used, we need to acknowledge that the people of Israel and Jewish people alike are not the ones being criticized when people criticize the Israeli government, and thus, criticizing the Israeli government is not anti Semitic. People in our community obviously disagree on this, but I believe, along with many other people, that the Israeli government's approach to fighting Hamas, which I would put in quotes personally, is extremely excessive and shows no true care or compassion for Palestinian people in the least. And thus, as goes for all governments, we should be able to use our First Amendment right and criticize the Israeli government for their actions. People in the district have been harassed for showing support for Palestinian people, as many in our community are so quick to associate that with anti Semitism when they are not inherently connected at all. And it makes sense that in schools and in our community, people are going to talk about this and have differing opinions. So, taking the same approach as our school's sex ed program, since people are already talking about these things, it's already happening, these conversations should be facilitated to prevent further harassment or any sort of hate speech. And the work that MAPSO Freedom School does is especially vital and important to handle something like this. And so, with my last few seconds, I just want to reiterate that people are not their governments. And any criticism of the Israeli government should be protected by the district, and the MAPSO Freedom School should not be severed from the Board of Ed. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Weschler.
Hello? Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Mike Wexler. I've been a resident of South Orange for 10 years. I'm from Essex County, Milburn, grew up here. MAPSO Freedom School was created to build equity awareness and education in our town, something that I and many others in the Jewish community fully support. And it's one of the many reasons we moved to this community. October 7th happened, and a post was shared on MAPSO Freedom School social media pages that featured countless anti-Semitic dog whistles. Nothing obscure and vague about what they wrote in those posts that were mentioned earlier. We've heard them continuously tonight spoken callously by many individuals on behalf of this MAPSO Freedom School. Dog whistles, and more dog whistles. And it's hard for Jews to hear these things. From the river to the sea is absolutely anti-Semitic, unequivocally anti-Semitic. Colonialism is an anti-Semitic trope. Genocide as well. We hear these things, we feel that we are in fear. Something that no one in this community seems to understand, no one is listening to. 1,200 plus Jews were barbarically tortured and massacred, babies thrown in ovens, burned alive. 240 were kidnapped. The supposed social justice and equity group posts something that comes close to celebrating the attack. I am so angry. I cannot contain myself, and I'm sorry. I wish I can contain myself, but I am horrified. I am so upset. I'm living in a town that is supposed to be a bastion of progressivism and liberalism.
We lost
river to the sea. When you say that out loud, most Jews, we hear Holocaust 2.0. I'm sorry. The MAPSO Freedom School was intimately involved, and one of the members, who was an ELS teacher at CHS, led those gathered in chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." That same teacher also said, "We reject your accusations of anti-Semitism."
Thank you.
Thank you. Please get rid of MAPSO Freedom School immediately.
The next person is Jeffrey Bennett.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
I also ask you to eliminate the liaison to the MAPSO Freedom School. I feel that the MFS liaison is not appropriate in light of how the BOE's other liaisons are governmental or quasi-governmental, and the MFS own political stances. I know that you, as the BOE, only have 7 liaisons at present. Achieve, the BOSE, the Essex County School Boards Association, the NJSBA Delegate Assembly, the Field Use Trust, the NJSBA Delegate Assembly, and the MAPSO Freedom School. I would consider all the other liaisons to be governmental or close auxiliaries of the school district. For the NJSBA Delegate Assembly, Essex County SBA, the BOSE, the liaisons we have to them are intergovernmental, where we are ourselves a member of the body that we are representing ourselves to. We're parts of a whole. It's not the Board of Education's relationship to an outside group. Although the liaisons to Achieve and CPAC are to independent groups, they are groups that we need to have close relationships with and which other boards of education have equivalents to. The MAPSO Freedom School liaison is an anomaly. The MFS performs multiple functions in what we call education. It's a teacher caucus, and it would consider itself a civil rights group. But we don't have other liaisons with other education groups in the town. Like we don't have a liaison to the adult school. We don't have a liaison to SUMEA itself, nor the NAACP, nor the CCR. We do not have a liaison with the PTA President's Council right now. And we know that the PTAs are very important. We don't have a liaison with the YMCA, even though the YMCA provides aftercare and before care. So the MFS stands out as being quite different from other liaisons we have. I also would take issue with the allegation that Israel's committed genocide here. It's a very difficult topic to discuss, but if you look at the histories of real genocides, from what happened to the Circassians, to the Armenian genocide, to the Greek genocide in World War I, to the Holodomor in Ukraine, what you see is actually, I hate to say this, much more
Thank you,
violence
Jeffrey.
and
Thank you. Mindy Greenspan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Greenspan, and I'm a longtime resident of Maplewood. I'm also a proud anti-Zionist Jewish American that supports the rights of Palestinians to live in freedom, not under occupation. I reject the premise that to stand against genocide is somehow anti-Semitic, and the idea that the only way we can stand with Jews is by supporting a violent ethnocratic state. That is anti-Semitic. I feel that being a good Jew and a good citizen of the world requires that I recognize the sanctity of all life and stand up and fervently oppose the oppression of any people. When I moved to Maplewood 25 years ago, raising my son who graduated from Columbia High School in 2007, my move was a choice that reflected my values. It was and continues to be a place with a wide diversity of lived experiences, opinions, and worldviews. There are ongoing right-wing attacks on gains that have been made for equity and justice for oppressed and marginalized people in this country and around the world. Powerful forces supported by corporations, lobbies, and media have been attempting to silence, as we see with the weaponizing of the label anti-Semitic when there is any criticism of the state of Israel. Attacks on MAPSO Freedom School mirror broader racist attacks on critical race theory and teaching the truth of U.S. history. The teacher collective called MAPSO Freedom School is doing the necessary and critical work in our community to counteract this misinformation, educating and supporting our educators and students, and I unequivocally stand in support of their work. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Adam Shapiro.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Adam Shapiro. My wife and I have lived in South Orange for 12 years while raising our 3 children. I'm a career educator and administrator and a current parent of a CHS student. I've studied and taught about the history of modern Israel over the past 2 decades, have traveled to the region 10 times over the past 30 years, have many friends and family in Israel, including 2 of my wife's cousins who currently remain in captivity by the barbaric Hamas terrorists in Gaza. There should be no question about whether or not to sever ties with the MAPSO Freedom School, and I applaud Ms. Whitletter for her statement earlier this evening in regard to her reconsideration of her previous vote in support of the liaison seat. I'm acutely aware of the power of professional development, and in some cases, the long-term relationships that can come from these engagements. I'm deeply disturbed to think about what this might mean for some of our teachers in the district. Throughout my career, I've relied on many of these professionals who have entered into our school buildings as resources to turn to months and years later. In this case, I'm deeply fearful that the same may be true, and the teachers in our district may once again turn to them for leadership and guidance during these very troubling times. MAPSO Freedom School has shown their true colors. They have abandoned their mission as an educational organization and have now squarely become a political organization who supports and amplifies anti-Semitism and terrorism. In addition to severing ties, The BOE must also do everything in their power at this moment to both fully distance our district from these antithetical beliefs and reinforce for our faculty and staff that this group cannot be relied upon to put out trustworthy and valid information and resources. Our community is one where differences are honored and respected. And while I don't presume to believe that all of us share the same ideas and principles, I do believe the overwhelming majority do not tolerate hate or hate speech and would not want their kids to be indoctrinated in school to believe that these ideas that run counter to the norms of our society are acceptable. I implore this board to rescind any sort of special status for the Mapso Freedom School, as they are no longer an educational organization, as they were once presumed to be. Rather, they are a misguided political organization who finds themselves on the wrong side of history during these very serious times for our community, country, and world.
Thank you. Sunny Stout.
That community member is not online.
Karen Siegel.
Hello.
Hi, Karen.
My name is Karen Siegel, and I live in Maplewood. My daughters are currently in the district and hoping to send our third in the future. As you have heard from many people today, our community is scared, angry, and feeling the divisive nature to which polarizing language and sentiments from Mapso Freedom School are pushing us further from one another. We are not silencing Palestinian history or the suffering in Gaza. We're asking the district to drop an organization that is unapologetically calling for the elimination of the State of Israel and has not once condemned the events that occurred on October 7th. When our adults cannot uphold our values of support, empathy, and inclusion, we must ensure that our children are taken care of. I ask you to look hard and deeply at what kind of organizations we support and therefore how we hold them accountable. Are sensationalism and absolutism the principles that we want guiding our learners? I hope you take the steps to bring civility, balance, and kindness to our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Cantor Rebecca Moses. Cantor Moses, are you there? What do you think, Keith? Do we?
Yeah, everything
Come back.
appears correct. The audio settings are showing up correct on the for the community member, so we might want to move on.
Okay. We can always come back. Rabbi Dan Cohen.
Good evening. Can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Rabbi Dan Cohen. I've served at Temple Shari Tefillah Israel in South Orange since 1992. And I have the honor of being the senior rabbi for almost 25 years, and I'm a proud South Orange resident. I am pained to see the divisions that have emerged in our community, and I'm worried about the impact it is having on our young people. 2 weeks ago, I met with 75 of our local Jewish students. I heard their feelings of isolation, their pain. These last 2 months have shaken them to their core, and they are not alone. In the 50 days following the Hamas massacre, the ADL has documented 1,481 anti-Semitic incidents across the United States, a 300% increase from the same period in 2022, and that number is growing. We all want our children protected from the ugliness of this world and turn to our local institutions to work to create spaces that will make them feel safe, accepted, and embraced. And one of the key institutions where we look to and we expect this from, is our public education system. What I heard that day and on a daily basis ever since is that this is not the case currently in our school district. Part of the issue, not entirely, but part of the issue is the presence of Maps to Freedom School. As we previously heard this evening, their social media post on October 7th was chilling. That came from an organization committed to social equity, an organization that was formed and had performed important work, and it made it all the more shocking to come from them. And the attempts to gloss over that this evening, rather than own their own hateful posts, is sad. In the weeks since, they've doubled down and tripled down. It is one thing to advocate for the well-being of civilians in Gaza. I support that. It is quite another thing to share social media posts and lead chants at public events that employ tropes that are heard by members of the Jewish community as direct threats to the existence of Israel and the well-being of Jews. If there were any group connected in any way to our schools in Soma that were expressing views deemed to be racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic, or in any form, AAPI, we would expect the schools to immediately act. That is not what has happened here so far. We are not seeking to limit free speech, but we recognize that with free speech comes responsibility, and that line has been crossed time and again, and we act.
Thank you. Rabbi Jesse Olitsky.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you to our Board of Education for your commitment as dedicated lay leaders, commitment to our students. Commitment in our district is twofold: is to create thriving educational experiences for our children and to do so in a safe space. As Rabbi Cohen mentioned, together with other Jewish clergy in the area, we met with over 75 CHS Jewish students last week who are not feeling safe right now. Our task as a community, as a district, is to create safe learning opportunities for all of our students. I want that for every single student in our district. So I don't speak my opinions tonight, but I want to share their opinions, who feel like there is not space for nuance. There is not space for multiple narratives. There is not space for empathetic listening, and there is not space for them to have conversation. If the goal of any professional development in our district for teachers is that, that is not what is happening right now. They feel that they don't have that space in classrooms when they see what has been posted by their teachers or by organizations that their teachers are affiliated with. They do not feel that they have the space, the safe space in that classroom with their teacher to have difficult conversations. That's really what we're talking about, a difficult conversation. We want to empower our students to have conversations that are difficult, but to do so in a space where they feel supported, where they feel safe. That is not what's happening right now. Any professional development that does not create and provide safe space for all of our students is failing all of our students. I urge you to take that into consideration if we want to create safe space for all of our students in the district going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian Torres.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. First, I would just like to say good evening to the board. It's, I mean, it's quite dystopian to actually have to hear this right now, that an organization that is named Freedom School is actively trying to be censored by people who are claiming that they want to have students engage in dialogue. It just sounds very oxymoronic to me. Personally, I'm a resident of Plainfield. I'm an educator. I've engaged with Mapso Freedom School on various occasions for professional development. I feel like the Freedom School is a great asset to your district. I think it provides a lot of professional development that is much needed for a lot of educators, particularly when it comes to dealing with students of color, students who oftentimes feel marginalized by their environment, their schools, and their communities. So overall, that is my sentiment about all of this. I support Mapso Freedom School in their current efforts to examine the crisis in the Middle East through a lens of history, through diverse perspectives. As educators, I think we're often expected to promote critical thinking. I think Mapso Freedom School provides a platform, not for hate speech, but for the voices of students and community members who are often shunned, chastised for simply agreeing to simply not agreeing to the dominant narrative. I think it's disingenuous for the district to claim to promote diversity while simultaneously censoring nuanced perspectives. Accepting and embracing the idea that criticism of an oppressive state like Israel is equivalent to anti-Semitism is not only anti-Jewish, but I think it's an invitation to keep distorting history. The posts made by Maps of Freedom School are not rooted in hateful propaganda that is somewhat unique to this organization, as many tonight would like to claim, but it is based on extensive work done by academics in many institutions of higher learning and other respected human rights groups from across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Greenberg.
That committee member is not present.
Okay. Shajay Hader. No, not present.
Was present, but looks like disconnected just now.
Okay. Erwin Mavora.
That committee member is not present.
Lev Proglavka. Sorry about that. Lev, are you there?
Do you hear me?
We can hear you a little bit.
Yes. I'm Lev Kruglikov. I'm a longtime resident of neighborhood town of Livingston, and I'm here to raise my voice against Freedom School participation in education curriculum at South Orange and Maplewood. And my main point of what I'm thinking is that if other side decides what constitutes racist behavior and they claim to be anti-racists, why they don't trust majority of Jewish community to decide what we consider racist behavior? And from what I read about about Freedom School, all their statements are demonizing and singling out Israel as a racist state, as apartheid state, which cannot be further from truth. As a lifelong Zionist, I consider Israel and Zionism as a national liberation movement and not a racist or oppressive movement at all. It's a national liberation movement, and it's absolutely inappropriate to teach kids something totally opposite to what idea of Zionism means. So I'm totally against admittance of a Freedom School to be present in Maplewood and and South Orange. It's just crazy. In my opinion, this is just this is the most racist statements that I ever heard, even from people on that in that webinar. Just let us decide what constitutes racist behavior towards us. We never question racist behavior towards Afro-Americans or members of LGBTQ community. We trust them to judge what constitutes racism towards
Thank you,
them.
Lev.
So,
Hannah Vieira.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. I have a lot to say to the many misguided comments that I heard today, but I'm going to keep my comments short and targeted. Please disassociate with the Maps of Freedom School immediately. It is appalling that the schools are associated with an anti-Israel group. People calling here today on this call do not have the right or authority to create a definition of what anti-Semitism is. I ask the Board of Ed to please immediately adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. This is crucial. Anti-Zionism is a mask for anti-Semitism, and Jew hate does not belong in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have David Troll.
Can you hear me okay?
If you could speak a little bit louder.
Sure. How's that?
Oh, that's better. Yep, thank you.
Thank you so much. So, David Troll, I'm a resident of neighboring town, Milburn Township. For over 20 years, many friends in Maplewood and South Orange, and a lot of history there. Normally, I wouldn't be speaking at a neighboring district, but recently, Maps of Freedom began organizing around the Milburn Board of Ed and coming to a meeting, which came to my attention. So I actually came here to do some research. I saw some of their initial online activity that some of the speakers tonight have mentioned, and it obviously created some concerns. There's an important emphasis on social justice, which many people have called out. There's also some incendiary rhetoric around Israel. And I wanted to find out more. Obviously, sitting here for a few hours, I've learned quite a bit. I wanted to thank Dr. Gilbert for his earlier comments, which clarified your district's relationship with the organization. I wanted to thank the board president for her comments on the background of the liaison role. That certainly answered some of my questions. And since I have those answers, I'll just leave you with a couple of thoughts. I think we can all agree the war in Israel and Gaza is terrible. Almost every death there is tragic, and I say almost because the Hamas terrorists who started the war, who regularly attack Israel, and who oppress the Palestinian people, they should be removed. I wish all those people had freedom from the fear and the hostility of that group. I didn't hear the opponents of MAPSO Freedom ask the district to stop teaching about Palestine. I heard many express support for social justice in the curriculum. Some expressed sympathy for the aggrieved Palestinian people. I think what I heard was they should stop indoctrinating teachers and students with one biased version, the Hamas version of events. That's not McCarthyism. That's parents standing up for their children and their families. That's the voice of the district. And as some people mentioned, it could be a Title VI violation. I then heard many supporters of the Freedom School insist that Israeli genocide, apartheid, settler colonialism is the truth. It should be taught. And they outright stated that people who disagree with them are being racist, while, as Lev aptly put, they then denied the Jewish version of anti-Semitism. So my parting comment is the Freedom School, if they can't provide a balanced perspective that supports the whole community's values, either that curriculum needs much better supervision or maybe they're not the right resource. I certainly feel that not right for Milburn, which is what I came to find out. I want to thank the board for extending this meeting to hear all the voices from the surrounding community. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Schwartzer. You there, Anna? Hello? Anna?
She thought.
Anna, are you there? Okay, I think we'll go to the next person. Lena Ganchik.
It does not appear that committee member is present.
Okay. Jada Toklu.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Hello, thank you for having this. I want to be on the right side of history, so I'm expressing my support in keeping the liaison from MAPSO Freedom School. As a Soma resident, I moved to this district recently after growing up as part of the immigrant diaspora in Brooklyn because of the existence of programs like this for my two daughters, one of whom is in the district. I want my daughters to be able to speak without censorship or intimidation, and I believe MFS empowers kids to think critically about complicated issues. As a Muslim resident whose family fled Crimea from persecution of Muslims under Stalin, I attended several vigils recently, and the last one that others have referred to tonight was supposed to be a family-friendly call for peace for all affected. Instead, there were Zionist counter protesters there yelling at me, some of whom spoke tonight in opposition to MAPSO Freedom School. I will not name names, but I'll leave this picture up here. That sign read, "From the river to the sea, that's the only flag you'll see." Those counter protesters were cursing at me and yelling at me as I held my 15-month-old or 3-year-old daughter, threatening of doxing me and finding out where I work so I can get fired for attending this vigil. Opposition to the actions of the Israel state is not anti-Semitic, similar to how opposition to Saudi Arabia is not Islamophobic. I can be critical of China for their treatment of Uyghurs, but why can I not be critical of Israel for their apartheid treatment and genocide of Palestinians? There should be no place in our community for anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, but this attack on MFS will make marginalized communities here in Soma feel further marginalized and irresponsible by the Board of Education because it will make it harder to attract diverse families and talented educators to the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Greenberg.
Can you hear me? Great.
Yes, we can.
My name is Jennifer Greenberg. I am a South Orange native and a product of our school system myself. I am a mother raising 5 kids, 3 having successfully graduated from Columbia High School and 2 currently attending CHS. My deep connection to our community fuels my commitment to its well-being. Hate has no place in Soma, we are told. While the school was initially envisioned, I am compelled to express my profound concerns and earnestly urge the board to sever all ties with the current MAPSO Freedom School. Hate has no place in Soma. While the school was initially envisioned as a bridge to improve race relations within our district and our Everyone Belongs Here community, its presence since October 7th has been disconcerting to say the least. Despite its professed mission of building a better world through anti-racist and social justice work, it has veered far from its original objective. Instead, it has unmistakably focused on a one-sided and historically inaccurate promotion of anti-Israel rhetoric. The school's social media pages are consistently showcasing content that not only promotes violence, but also fosters a deep, unsettling atmosphere, particularly through the hate-laden messages targeting the Jewish community. Our schools should be sanctuaries of safety and nurturing for all children, regardless of their backgrounds. Tolerance and peace must be actively nurtured, and this begins with the words we choose to impart to our children. I implore the board and the district to swiftly sever any affiliations with this organization that compromises the inclusive and secure environment that we aspire to provide to our students. Please hear us and protect our children by removing the MAPSO Freedom School. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Lugashi.
This may not be that.
Oh, sorry. I think she was here before, but now
Okay.
her last name is here. So, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Susan. Jay Feldman. Hello? Hello, we're having trouble hearing you.
That person just disconnected.
Mordecai Giovanni's on here. I don't think we heard from them before, right? They
No,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They on now?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I actually get to speak. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Caitlin, for putting this together. It's not easy. It was like 4 or 5 hours at this point. So good job. Well, my name is Mordechai. I live in South Orange. I have 2 kids in the district. I'm an Israeli, an IDF veteran. I served in the Israeli Defense Forces, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm absolutely shocked. I'm shocked by what's happening in our district with Maps of Freedom School. You know, they spread vile anti-Semitic posts online. They blast it all over. And their leadership attends a vigil in South Orange chanting "Free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free." They're calling for the complete annihilation of my country, Israel. My family lives in Israel. They've been attacked by Hamas on October 7th. Just to the idea just to talk about it. There's still over 170 hostages held underground by Hamas terrorists. Israel just today had a terrible, deadly Hamas terror attack in Jerusalem. A Hamas operative killed a woman sitting in a pregnant woman in a bus stop. And I can't believe this is happening in our school district. Maps of Freedom School has to completely be out of the district. We cannot support it, not with our tax money, not with facilities, nothing. To say that Israelis commit genocide, that Israel is an apartheid, occupation, colonial apartheid. Somebody said colonial apartheid, saying colonial apartheid is not anti-Semitic. Yes, it's anti-Semitic. It's hate speech. It's unacceptable. And have them around educators should not happen. There should not be anywhere around educators in our district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Kamen.
Does not appear that community member is online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonds. Jordana Horn Gordon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'm an earlier speaker. I'm sorry, Jordana Horn Gordon, like Dave Troll, came to see from Milburn Township. An earlier speaker mentioned their experiences at Passover Seders encouraged them to work for justice. I believe that speaker may have missed an equally important component of the Passover Seder, where in the Haggadah it says that in every generation, people have tried to murder the Jewish people. This generation is sadly not exempt from this history, as illustrated by the genocidal rampage of Hamas in Israel on October 7th. Hamas actively wants to murder all Jews, full stop. They'll tell you. I'm wondering why Mapso Freedom School does not denounce explicitly purposeful and video documented genocidal behavior when it occurs against Jews. I hear advocates of the Freedom School claiming that the program is so good at giving perspectives from various cultures, at equity, and at critical thinking. Yet, I see no denunciation whatsoever from Mapso Freedom School of rampant Jew hate or of the events of October 7th, or any recognition of any element of Jewish indigeneity in Israel. None of this seems balanced. Claiming the mantle of righteousness while negating the lived experience of others is hypocrisy. Hearing non-Jewish people repeatedly claim something is not anti-Semitism seems to go against Mapso Freedom School's own precepts. I, for one, personally, I don't dispute that anti-racism education is necessary. Mapso Freedom School's purposeful and willful blindness about Jew hate shows that it is no good at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Dan Sloan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniel Sloan Gosling. My partner spoke earlier. We're the parents of 3 children at SOMSD schools, one at Columbia, one at SOMS, and one at Clinton. I myself am a teacher. I teach high school global studies. Last week, my 10-year-old wore a keffiyeh to school in solidarity with Palestinians and was bullied by students there to remove it. No one spoke up for him. It was demanded by this student that he remove it even after my child explained what it meant, explained why he was wearing it, and why it was important to him. He stood firm, although he was alone, and refused to comply in the demands of this other student. I want to speak specifically to MAPSO Freedom School now. What we've heard tonight are firsthand accounts from the founders, members, parents of students who benefited, and students themselves, one of whom I believe I heard was president of the student council, who all stand with MAPSO Freedom School because of that firsthand experience they had. The alternative has been broad attacks on words and slogans from folks with no firsthand experience with MAPSO Freedom School. Many of them literally don't know the name of the group. One of those in opposition, who's already been mentioned, not by name, and I won't either, who spoke tonight, was the community member at the Interfaith Vigil for Palestine, who held a sign that's already been described. The only person on this call tonight who has called for the literal genocide of people who are currently literally being genocided.
Thank you. Danielle Thorne, sorry.
Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Danielle Thorne, South Orange resident and parent. I am here tonight to speak in support of the educators in MAPSO Freedom School. I knew many of the MAPSO Freedom School educators before MAPSO Freedom School was founded. Some of them were my teachers. Some of them are my fellow alumni. All of the educators I know personally are educators of deep integrity. Dr. Gilbert's description of the expertise of those educators is fully consistent with my experience. These are educators who put their tenure on the line to support our students, myself included, and especially our Black and Brown students at a time when our administration, DOE, and community was collectively comfortable with internal segregation and wildly disproportionate discipline in our schools. Some of these educators were here for Black kids before Black Parents Workshop, before Soma Justice, before Soma Cares, or any of the current collectives that purport to advocate for the interests of our Black and Brown kids. They were here before Access and Equity. They were here before all of it. I have watched some of these teachers in action for nearly 2 decades. I know their deep-seated commitment to justice, their commitment to critical thinking, and their analytical framework. These educators are some of our most invested, some of our most beloved, and are philosophically and fundamentally opposed to bias and systemic injustice. Their former students are some of the staunchest allies against racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other forms of bias that I know. They inspired us to dedicate our lives to fighting hatred and oppression. Before you take any action against this group or the educators within it, you must do more than a surface level inquiry into the complaints levied against them from parents who admittedly just heard of them in the last 8 weeks. Please do not act hastily in response to the high emotion of this moment to undermine a group of educators that has served our district so faithfully for so long.
Thank you, Danielle. The last public speaks of our first public speaks is from Aichekuwu Onyema.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Ike Chukwuonyema. I attended elementary, middle school, and high school in the South Orange Maplewood School District, and I graduated from Columbia High School in 2002. My mother still resides in South Orange, but I'm a resident of the next door town of Irvington. I'm also a public school educator, and I'm also a co-founder of MAPSO Freedom School. I just want to talk a bit about the context of how we were founded. As you all know, there was an incident of racial violence that took place in our community. We chose to respond with the Freedom School, side by side with the very students who were harmed, to do a teach-in at Columbia High School when that event happened in the summer of 2016. I understand many of the comments, some pro, some against MAPSO Freedom School, but we should not be reduced to just our social media presence. We've done so much more than that throughout the years. Also, to do any kind of anti-racist work, to fight against racism, to fight against sexism, poverty, war, anything like that, is inherently political work. If I may just cite a definition from the Cambridge Dictionary of the word politics, it means the activities of people who try to influence the way a country or a community is governed. Historically, the context of freedom schools since 1964 in Mississippi was all about empowering folks who are learning how to vote or getting the right to vote. It was always about exploring the authentic problems facing our community. It was about building critical thinking skills. I realize I don't have a lot of time, but in the same ways that I feel like MAPSO Freedom School is being mischaracterized, so were the freedom schools back in 1964. They were being treated as an invasion from the North, as it were. So once again, just want to thank you for your time, and I'm certainly a supporter of MAPSO Freedom School.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that concludes public speaks. Thank you for everyone who dialed in to participate in the meeting this evening. We very much appreciate it. So now I will turn it over to Mr. Burnside for his business administration update.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with the construction rundown real quick. At Marshall School, we're continuing with the interior and exterior masonry wall construction on the first and second floor. The contractor is continuing with the electric rough-in. They've installed roof drains and continued with the above ceiling storm piping. They're beginning the rough metal framing for the exterior metal panels. They're continuing with the fire alarm on the second shift in the existing building. Right now we are receiving the standing seam roofing materials, and they're beginning the exterior foam spray installation. Montrose will begin in the summer of 2024. That's going to be the HVAC work. Columbia High School is moving along rather well. Demolition in the B wing is now 90% complete. Beam pockets at the pool area are completed. The new opening for the double doors in the pool area is 75% complete. The rough-in of electrical and piping for the new B-wing science labs is underway. Locker removals were done over the November break, and the temporary partitions are set in place at Area C to allow for the pool area work to continue. And we just had the Maplewood Middle School construction kickoff meeting on November 15th. As we move along through the school year, we have another audit that is starting. So this is the third one in the last 7 months. This one's called the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum, also known as NJQSAC. NJQSAC is the Department of Education's monitoring and district self-evaluation system for public school districts. The system shifts the monitoring and evaluation focus from compliance to assistance, capacity building, and improvement. The system focuses on monitoring and evaluating school districts in 5 components that, based on research, have been identified to be key factors in effective school districts. These components are instruction and program, fiscal, governance, operations, and personnel. And that's my report.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for, okay, Board Member Badlamani?
Mr. Burnside, can you please clarify the construction that's happening in CHS, that there is no work being done for building the pool? It is using the pool area to build the new guidance and the common area.
That is correct. So all the demolition, I actually got a good look at it right before the break. The demolition that has taken place is it's along a wall, so there's actually entrance or holes that were built into the wall, and all of the residue, if you will, from the block is now inside the pool. So they're actually filling in the pool as we speak.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Burnside? Okay, seems like we're good to go. Thank you, Mr. Burnside. On the agenda this evening, we have committee reports, but due to the length of public speaks this evening, we will not be doing committee meeting report outs. All of our committee meeting minutes will be posted to the public website. So we will now move to the action portion of the meeting. And normally I would pass this over to you, Dr. Gilbert.
All right. You're gonna pass it to me, or you gonna?
Unless if you want, I can do it today.
Oh no, I mean,
okay.
let me try. I mean, nothing like on the
Okay,
job
all right.
training, right? So,
Excuse me, sorry, before you start, Dr. Gilbert, I have a suggestion. Maybe we can move the resolution for the changing of the committees and liaisons up front, because many people are watching this and they've been doing this for like last 5 hours. And for most of them, that is the most important resolution. I'm sure they think it's very important, but talking about first reads and second reads of some policies is not as interesting to them. So my suggestion is we just move that up front. The vote on it.
You want to make the motion, Arun? Arun, did you want to make the motion to do that?
I don't think I need to make a motion. Oh, okay. I mean, he's making the motions for every resolution. I'm happy to make it if you want.
Okay.
Give me a second. Sorry, where's the resolution number?
if you
Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Gilbert.
I was say, if you give me the resolution number, I'm working with 2 computers here of the resolution you want me to put up front.
I can make the motion if you don't mind.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and make the
Make it easy. I mean, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I move to vote on resolution 4546, which is approved revised BOE committees for the 2023 calendar year.
Okay. Does he have a second?
Do you have a second?
Okay,
Second, thank you, VP Dual Wilson and Mr. Burnside, please take the roll call. Actually, sorry, it's open for discussion.
Yes. Anyone have anything to say? Okay, we will
I'll
then.
take a stab.
Oh.
I mean, sorry, no.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Board Member Rickard.
Thank you. So, I want to thank everybody for joining and for sitting through this meeting. I know it's a very emotional, a very charged topic. I also want to apologize to the community and to my fellow board members for previously approving the liaison in February without really having a comprehensive understanding of all of their of the organization's activities. As a board member, it is my responsibility to ensure that each decision I make is well-informed, a commitment that I made to the community, and regrettably, I fell short of fulfilling in that in relation to this previous vote. I am committed to doing better, but I think it's important to note that my vote tonight does not signify my personal thoughts of the work undertaken by MAPSO Freedom School. Instead, it underscores what the board president said earlier, the assertion that as a board, we should refrain from establishing non-mandated liaison relationships with organizations that can be actively engaged in political advocacy. The decision is aimed at maintaining the board's apolitical stance, ensuring that any liaison relationship is not construed as endorsement for an organization's political advocacy efforts. So I just wanted to share that just for a public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wingfield.
I guess I wanted to say a couple of things. I think that, I still have concerns about the ways in which we shifted our decision to add liaisons at the beginning of this calendar year and continue to have those. I think that the decision was made somewhat haphazardly, and we expressed concerns at the time about that. But I have real issue with this notion that as a board of education or as an education institution that we must remain somehow apolitical, when the reality is that education in the United States right now is one of the most political things that you can be involved in. And, when I think about what we're spending so much time as a district grappling with, what we've been unpacking in the Fergus recommendations, an organization like MAPSO Freedom School is frankly a resource to be able to advance much of that work. And I understand and really appreciate the perspectives that have been shared tonight. I absolutely hear the unbelievable amount of pain in the voices of our community members as they are unpacking their own personal experiences in relation to what's happening on a global stage. And I have a real issue with the way that MAPSO Freedom School is being characterized in a way that frankly does not align with the body of work and the resource that they have provided not only our teachers, but listening to many of the students and the alum who spoke tonight. And so while I still really have issues with the ways in which we don't have a very rigorous and consistent approach to assigning liaisons, I think that I really implore the new board and the new year to take a step back and really unpack the intention behind assigning liaisons, the purpose, and really create some coherent approach to that. It does not sit right to me that we are using a very technical board committee liaison assignment as a proxy for indicting what feels like an organization that has been doing this work long before it was sexy and long before it was mandated by legal action.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
Can I go? Okay, great. And I appreciate some of those comments, Courtney. I just wanted to say that I do not believe MAPSO Freedom School has been provided due process. On November 21st, TJ Whitaker respectfully requested the opportunity to give a brief presentation on MAPSO and the work they do. That request was denied by the board president without justification. Now we are to vote on a resolution to terminate the liaison without them getting a real opportunity to speak. This sets a dangerous precedent. Remember what we heard from our students and Dr. Gilbert himself, that the PD received the highest scores with no complaints, and they saved district dollars. We always say we want to uplift brown and black voices in this district, but when we don't like what we hear, we say turn it down. We should not and cannot pass judgment without giving MAPSO the space and time to speak for themselves. And 2 minutes is not enough. Thank you.
So I just want to correct something there regarding the request for public presentation. As a reminder, the Board of Education, it's a business meeting for the board. And this year I received 2 requests, the one from MAPSO Freedom School and also a request from a community member. Both requests have been denied. And the email that I wrote to MAPSO Freedom School gave reason as to why it was denied. And that was because Dr. Gilbert was going to be speaking to their professional development work. And I also, again, expressed that we are an apolitical entity, the board. We were not making a motion to sever ties with MAPSO Freedom School, but to eliminate the liaison between the board and this entity because they have entered the political fray. And based on what you're suggesting tonight, because there's 2 lenses of which people are looking at this. Tonight, we are looking to remove the liaison role because of their political commentary. And so based on what you're suggesting, they should be able to come and defend those social media comments, which is not appropriate for our boardroom. And so I understand that it's upsetting. I wish we could let anyone come and present to the board, but our board meetings are for our board work. And I invited him to attend our public speaks. MAPSO Freedom School has every invitation to attend not only tonight's meeting, but every meeting. And we sat through 3 hours of public speaks tonight to make sure that everybody's voice was heard. Board Member Deval Wilson.
Oh, sorry, no. Go ahead, Caitlin, take it over. Sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
You run this.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Okay, hi, thanks. Yeah, thank you for all who's attended tonight. I mean, it was going to be a long night, and I just want to reiterate some things that Caitlin has shared and echo some of the things that my fellow board members have shared. One is that, there's been a lot of misinformation out there, and just reiterating that MAPSO Freedom School does not have any contracts and does not have any formal relationship with the board other than the liaison role. Board Member Wingfield, I agree. I think that if we're going to continue to have liaisons in the future, that needs to be more defined because it is a very gray area. In addition, through the vote tonight, only the board liaison relationship will be ending. This vote does not impact the professional development in our district. I want to also make that clear because I think that's another misunderstanding that I've heard from public speaks tonight. I appreciate the update that Dr. Gilbert gave to provide context to the community on MAPSO Freedom School's relationship with the district, and that MAPSO Freedom School does not have a formal contract with our school, another big misunderstanding. Also, I want to say that I'm confident that our district will continue to ensure that its curriculum and professional development sessions are properly abiding our policies. This is one of the things that Dr. Gilbert said in his update today. With that said, I believe having liaisons with non-state mandated organizations is a liability that we should no longer undertake. As our board president stated, we're an apolitical organization, and I believe we have to sever ties with MAPSO because of that and not cherry pick or play favorites when it comes to this. Look, I've studied religion. I have a degree in religion. I very much deeply understand why people are hurting on multiple sides of this topic. And again, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to speak. And I really appreciated the board president's words when she said, I hope that we can lead by example and show that amidst our disparities, love and understanding has the power to prevail. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Board Member Wright, and then Dr. Telesford.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. It's been a long day and an even longer night. But I must say that our young people have learned that you do not accept injustice. And I thank the MAPSO Freedom School for that. As I sat here and listened to everyone speak, the bottom line is that I have to agree with board member Bill about not affording the MAPSO Freedom School the opportunity to present to the board. I think they speak too well to be spoken for. While I appreciate Dr. Gilbert filling us in, again, about the MAPSO Freedom School and the important work that they have done for the district on behalf of children of color, Black children, and children with special needs. We appreciate all of that and some. But here's the thing. Everyone that I've heard from who has participated in the MAPSO Freedom School has done a fabulous job. And I must say, I have presented in the past for the MAPSO Freedom School, so I do know what they're about, unlike most of you here. I remember when MAPSO Freedom School was formed and why it was formed. And they have been doing the job for our students that the district has not been doing. But I didn't hear an outcry about our children. I didn't hear it. And so now we're here to stop the very people who have been filling in the gap for our children. I understand when people talk about being political and stuff, I just want to know, how is the board apolitical? We ran campaigns. When exactly did we enter the political fray? We have anti-racist education and organizing is apolitical until certain people say, well, that's so. When they began to advocate for children, they began to turn around. And we've been in a really bad state between the children being isolated, not being able to communicate, not being able to visibly be seen. The MAPSO Freedom School teachers saw them and former students. And what I'm looking at is I know most of the teachers and the students that are a part of MAPSO Freedom School because they were a part of this district, of this community. And I think it's horrible that we didn't get to sit in person to talk face to face, because we're a community that's hurting and we need to heal. And we don't know how because everyone's so angry. Our thoughts trigger trauma. And that's what I heard tonight. But I think we can do a lot better than everybody jumping on a bandwagon that they know 15 to 25% about, and we know 100% about it as board members. And so here we are again, listening, and I wanted to listen to everyone and figure this thing out. And I can't go any place but where I've always been, in support of people who support our children, like the MAPSO Freedom School, especially when none of us have. And to do this so quickly, just let's hurry up and get it done because somebody told you to do it. No thought about the children. Didn't sit down and say, well, why don't we have a talk? Let's find out what's really going on. Let's see who's posting, who's doing. What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. People are just angry. I want people to stop killing one another. I would love for people to love one another. I would love for people to be okay. That's the lie we tell ourselves most every day, that we're okay. We're not. We're not okay tonight. We're not okay. And some of you don't feel good about what's happening. I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with coming after people like this, especially people who are from your own community. We didn't break into this community. We moved here. We live here. We love one another. We care about one another. But we don't act like it. Everybody wants to get somebody else. I say we take a deep breath and think. Will we be our friends if we treated people the way we treat ourselves? The hate has to stop. No stigma free, yeah, stigma free. See, I feel like we're that small town in the South, right here in the North. We're that little town in the South. This is the way we're acting, attacking people, name calling. It's horrible. This is not the way you model for your children. This is not the way you do it. And they're trying their best to model for you. So we have to talk so people will listen, and listen so people will talk. And I am so sorry that people are hurting, but we all are. I'm hurting for our children. I'm hurting for the world. I'm hurting for us. I hope we'll think about this and not rush to hurry, but don't rush to judgment. And if you've ever been a part of injustice, then you know how it feels. It's a different feeling. I mean, after all, you know, we talk about how people are mean all over the world. Somebody made a great point in saying that you don't hate the people because of what the governments are doing. We have to embrace one another, people. We have to do that. We have to do a better job of it as adults. And I certainly wish that we will have the opportunity to sit down and talk with one another in some type of community forum or something. But I'm not going to sit here and stand for our communities to be so divided like this. We work too hard, you know, to come to a place where we are. And I've spoken to a couple of my colleagues, you know, about that. But, you know, this is horrible. This is really, you know, embarrassing. We can do better. And somebody should have said to MAPSO Freedom School, can I talk to you? Can we sit down and talk to you before we hit social media and we go crazy? We just really have to do a better job. We have to heal, people. Everybody's ready. Let's go get them. We have a new superintendent who has a huge plate. I'm sorry, acting superintendent, whose plate is full. He doesn't know where to begin or where to get off. And here we are dealing with things like this all night long. We have bus issues with our children. It's going on right here. Getting them to school on time. We have teachers who feel disenfranchised, even more, volunteering their time to help our children. And this is how we show them what we do. But I'm gonna stop. It's been a long day, and if I've rattled on, I'm so sorry. Been up since 5, long day in court, and here we are. So a long evening, and I appreciate all of you who came out to speak. I really do. I appreciate it. I know it took a lot of time. You could be with your families. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Telesford.
Just wanted to say I appreciate all the people that spoke tonight. I guess I would have preferred to have something like this in person, because I think one of the issues that we have is that when we speak in vacuums, whether it's on social media or whether it's from the comfort of your virtual home and being able to speak at your computer, we lose that ability to see each other and talk with each other. And I think a topic like this really was important for us to see each other. But I understand, like, we made the decision to go virtual. And yeah, I guess the one thing I feel like listening to this topic is I feel as though many people are not seeing each other's humanity here. And I really hope that from this public speaks, that we are not making a decision about whether to close down MAPSO Freedom School or not, but it is about, I guess, what the board's function is. I like to push back against this idea of us being apolitical, because I think we are a political body. When we just passed a resolution earlier about a book banning, because we know that books are being banned all over the country, which is a very political act. We also have people that are standing against the LGBTQ community coming in and saying they are damaging my family or my child. And we as a board stand up to protect that community. So we do take very political stances. We are inherently a political body. And I guess sometimes there are some topics that maybe we should not have we should not offer our voice on. And I can understand on board saying we don't want to speak on certain topics, but I think I really want to push back on that idea that we are an apolitical body. We are a political body by nature. And topics like this are going to come up. So I just think it's very important that we lead and try to, foster that discussion.
Board Member Vadlamani.
I have nothing more to add in terms of the arguments for one side or the other. I'm just a more practical thing is that for this resolution, I just want to clarify that voting yes means you want to accept the resolution and remove the liaison to Maps of Freedom School. And obviously voting no is the negation of that. Thanks.
Okay.
And it doesn't remove anything when it related to professional development or what they do with teachers. It's a very separate, that's not.
No, sorry, let me clarify that we've been,
I'm
the board has no business dictating that. That is something the district takes care of. We don't have it in our policy to either affirm or deny any work with Maps of Freedom School. We are not involved in picking Maps of Freedom School. We're not involved in any of those things. So we shouldn't be even be making statements like we are asking them to do something like that. We are not asking them to do anything. That is an independent function of the superintendent of the schools. And they will do what they do. Our job here is to worry only about the liaison to an organization, and which we have full right to get into and get out whenever we choose to.
All right, so with that, we'll close discussion on resolution 4546 and we'll go to roll. Mr. Burnside.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
No.
Board Member Wright.
No.
Board Member Duval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
No.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so we will now be open. We'll make a motion to, well, I guess let me start off by asking, are there any other resolutions that people would like to sever? Dr. Telesford?
Yes. If I sever 4544, will that bring up all the I guess the policies that are up for first and second read?
So how does it work now, Patrick? I know that, is this for the, which one is it? Is it first read or second read? Which number?
Let me look at the number. Well, I guess it's 4544, 7 and 8 of the first reads.
In the first read, 7 and 8. Okay. How does it work again, Patrick? Sorry.
I would only sever the ones in particular among the policies that you want severed. So for that reason, it would be 4544 subparts 7 and 8. And then the rest of the 4544, to the extent that it's not severed, can just go forward. So basically, here's what I would do. I would make the motion to sever 4544, set first read 7 and 8. And once that's done, it'll pull it out of the motion, and then you can still vote on the first motion. 7 and 8 are no longer included in that motion, and then 7 and 8 will be its own separate motion.
I'm sorry, a little confused. I mean, 4544 has A to G. It has nothing else in it. I don't know. I'm looking at the attachment, so should I be looking at the main page?
Look at the main page. You'll see it's in the 4544 first read 7, which is policy 5120, assignment of students, and then 8, which is 5124, internal.
Okay, cool. Yep, thanks.
Yeah, okay. But are there any other, oh, go ahead. I don't know who's just speaking, but is someone talking? Okay. Are there
I'm
any
sorry,
other?
sorry about that. Can we also sever 4281?
4281, 4281. I don't see.
Inappropriate staff
Oh, sorry, in the
contact?
first read. Okay, 4281. Okay. Oh, in the second read?
Yeah.
Okay. So 4544, second read, number 5. Are there any other resolutions to be severed or? Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion to sever resolution 4544 first read subpart 7 and 8 and 4544 second read subpart 5. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Telesford. So we would be in discussion then, Patrick, for all of the, or now do we make a motion to?
I'm sorry, did you do an all in favor on that?
Oh, all in favor? Yeah, sorry. All in favor, raise your hand. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, so then they're severed, and they can be separately. It's up to you the order that you want to proceed. Because they're severed, so you can do the whole slate of motions and then address those 3, or you can do those 3 and then address the whole slate of motions. Either way.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Is the, what was it? I think there was also the settlement agreement.
4548.
That's different.
You want to sever that one?
Yeah.
So we'll make a motion to sever 4548. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. I think, right? Okay. All right, so so now I'd like to make a motion then to discuss resolutions 4537 through 4547. Not including the resolutions that we've set. Okay, Board Member Valmani.
In the resolutions that are up for second read, there is a resolution that we are abolishing, which is the 8550, which is
8550, yes.
Unpaid meal charges, outstanding food service charges. Can you just explain, because there were a bunch of questions asked as to why we are doing that. I mean, I can go ahead and actually I'll make a statement first, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that this particular policy has now been adopted into New Jersey state law and we no longer need it. Everything, 100% of what we have in this policy is now part of the New Jersey law. So therefore, we no longer need it. So can someone add to that?
Well, also what we discussed was we have policy 8500, which is food services, which is the latest version from the state, which makes 8550 out of just, it's out of, what's the word I'm thinking of? Out of date.
It's redundant.
Yeah. And we had asked for food services to take a look at those policies to make sure that the food services policy, everything was kosher. There was nothing that was in the old ones that need to be in the new one. And so, yeah, I mean, that has been looked at and vetted already. And I mean, Patrick can add anything on if I'm missing something, but that was why that's why that one is being abolished and we have the new one, 8,500.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. I normally don't do this part, so
So Eric, did you get, board president moved all of the motions. I don't know if I heard a second.
no, because then I saw Arun's hand, so
Can we get a second on that?
Again,
Okay. And now all of those motions are up for discussion.
correct. Anyone have anything to say? Okay, so seeing no one raising any discussion points, we'll close discussion and we'll go to roll.
Okay, this is for 4537 through 4547.
Correct.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
yes.
Board Member Tellisford.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Wright. She's not there. Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Motion's passed. Thank you.
So now I like to make a motion to discuss resolution 4544. Do we have to do each one individually? Like subpart 7 by itself?
You can make the motion any way you want to make the motion. The issue is that, if you make the motion with all three, then you're voting on all three at once. If you make the motion with one of them, you're voting on that one.
Okay.
Paul, if he has and Bill, if they have a preference.
My
Yes.
suggestion would be that whoever asked for it severed to make the motion.
Perfect.
And the reason for that is because a person that makes a motion is actually under Robert's rules entitled to speak first. So since they're the one that asked for it severed, it would be logical for them to speak first on it. The only thing I would caution, and we haven't gotten to it yet, is that 4548 what involves a student and it was a confidential settlement agreement. And so there actually shouldn't be a discussion out here. We had that discussion in executive session.
Correct.
So at this point, though, if you're going to look at the policy motions, Board Member Gifford, Board Member Tellisford had asked for the severance.
Yeah.
So whoever wants to go first, I would say go for it.
You're on mute, Quali.
I guess I'll just start with we'll do first reads and second reads, and we'll start with first reads first, then go to second reads, and then go to the settlement. And I guess with 5120 and 5124, my main concern is that
You need to make a motion.
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to, I guess, open discussion on 5120 and 5124. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
Thank you, Board Member
Are you going to vote on both together? If you
Yes.
make a motion? Yes.
Both together.
Okay.
Or actually, no, we'll do them separately.
No,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So then do it again.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to have a discussion on 5120 and 5124 separately. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right, so I guess the main reason why I pulled these two out was because these two policies last month, they had gone through admin feedback also with any sort of stakeholders. The language has changed. It was up for first read in October. And then somewhere in between after that meeting and up to our policy meeting, it was not fully edited. A lot of the language changed from that initial first read. So for 5120, the major change was changing the language to make it not a pilot program, and now we're just going to make it a program. So it's going to be a full program in 24-25. And I think that's a little premature. I think we want it to actually have test runs to make sure that if we are changing it, we're going to have like actual data, something that we can follow, as opposed to just saying we need to have a full program 24-25. That was not what the direction we were going with at the outset, but now we're changing that. The next one, 5124, the language was changed, and as far as I know, the admin has not had much feedback on the change in language, particularly on things like transportation. One of the major changes that I saw was I wanted to changing if a student changes address in the middle of the school year, we would be normally they don't get transportation because we want to maintain bus routes. So we're not altering it tremendously when students are moving within the school year. But the next school year, they can get transportation. This language is being changed to now give students that ability to get transportation. I know it seems like we're being mean by saying, oh, they shouldn't get transportation, but that is a significant change. And I think admin should at least have input on that. And they haven't. And what little language and what little input I heard during policy meeting when we didn't actually see what the actual full changes were, it was they were not fully confident or supportive of this language change. So I think that we should not be just changing policy language like this in between meetings. I understand why people are trying to rush this, but I don't see there's a reason to rush this. We can just do this at a very relaxed pace and change these policies. And if that doesn't happen next month, it can happen in January, February, it can happen next year. We don't have to rush this, I would say. Board Member Deval Wilson?
Yeah, thank you, Coy, for your thoughts on this. You know, I'm a little confused on we'll start with 5124 when it comes to the transportation. If a child moves residence,
yes,
they still fit the requirements for a bus. They should get a bus. I don't understand what the problem is. It doesn't make sense to me. And it's actually happened to some of our Black students where I met a mom. Her child was going to Seth Boyden and was supposed to get a bus. She moved to South Orange and they weren't giving her a bus anymore. That's ridiculous. She's actually far enough away she would have gotten a bus otherwise. I mean, this was when courtesy buses were no longer, and because of this policy, I think I don't understand why we're constantly trying to take away the potential for a child to get to school through a bus. If they're able to get a bus because they're 1.25 miles away or on a hazardous route or all these other things, they should be getting a bus. And I don't think it's our place to prevent them from doing so because they just moved to their house. And people move around in South Orange and Maplewood a lot.
Yes, and that's the point, I would say. The moving around part is we've already seen how moving one or two children around can change whether the bus gets there 30 minutes late or gets there on time. So yes, when students are moving around in the middle of the school year, that can alter their bus routes. For people that may have had something that was established for, I get at this bus stop at 7:40 every morning, and now they're saying, oh no, it's different now. That's a big problem.
Well, I feel like that's getting into much of the weeds of administering, because quite frankly, we've got hundreds of routes right now. We have so many more opportunities for kids to be on buses, and we actually are under budget right now for our transportation. We actually have not used almost $200,000 in our bus budget and our transportation budget. So I
That's
don't
my
think,
point, though. My point is that we have not heard from administration on this change. This has just been the change in the language, and I think we should hear back feedback on that before we just change the language, because we have not heard any feedback on that.
well, right now it's a first read. So if there's additional requests that are being made later from the administration, they can make it. But my point is, I feel like it's going a little bit too far to say that. And you're from a perspective of what if there's no space on a bus, you have to change your route. Well, that's the district's job to do that. And quite frankly, we have a lot of buses. We have a lot of routes. We already have children going all over the place. The probability of there being a route for that child to be on, if they do move, is very high. And I don't think it's our place to question, well, what if there's not a route? The district job is to figure that, not our job. I don't think it's a policy-driven thing that should be done.
I'll respond to that, but I'll let actually Board Member Valdemar and then Board President Whitletter speak.
But actually, the other thing I wanted to say, which will be quick, about 55120.
Let's say that for next, because I just want to stay focused. So come 5124 first.
Brought it up. That's why I was saying it. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, 5120, 5124.
5124.
Yes. So I'm not as concerned about the language of, I am concerned, but that's a secondary problem. It just seems to me as if this has not just gone through proper process. Has it been to the relevant committee first, gotten the language done, approved it, and then moved on to the policy committee? It doesn't seem like that's what happened. Because clearly if it had happened, then we'd have seen this full document in the policy committee, correct? So, can someone explain to me if this really went through the whole process? Because it doesn't seem like it, because the very fact there is there's all these conversations and back and forth, it just seems to me it's not ready to go out yet.
Where's our policy chair? I would assume if the district is giving us a first read on something, the district did what they were supposed to do with policy.
I'm sorry, please don't blame the district. Last time the superintendent brought out a policy, you fired him. Let's not talk about who brings the district out, the policy out. Let the policy chair bring out the policy. Is this policy?
Yes.
Can he stand and say that?
Guys.
Yeah, so this policy has been going back and forth for a while. Dr. Taylor actually, I believe this is the policy that he wanted to get more feedback from the Alvis group. And we did that. We put in some of those changes, but we felt that the document had changed so substantially that it could not go back, that it could not move forward to second read, and that is why it is up for a first read now. So, this is the administration, taking time to speak with our consultants and make sure this is a good policy. So we wanted to, do the right thing and bring it back as it changed so substantively. And so that's why it moved back. That's why we're here.
Did it go to an appropriate committee, though? Not just policy committee, because policy committee does not make decisions on internal transfers.
But I believe that this went through. I believe this already. Look, it's midnight. I'm certain that this did go to committee already. It went to committee, then it went to Dr. Taylor and the Alvis group. Changes were made. I spoke with Kwawi and Patrick. We both agreed that the changes were so substantive that it would had to move back. Everybody agreed on that, and that's why we are here now.
I think there is some confusion here, though, but I will first let Board President Whitletter go speak first, because she hasn't spoken.
Okay. Sorry, and I know Board Member Eckert, did you want to speak? Because I feel like your hand's been up for a while. I don't care either way. Okay. I also, regarding the removal of the language of students in this category are not entitled to transportation regardless of the distance from home to school, I do think it makes sense to remove that language because it's contradictory to our transportation policy. Right now, our transportation policy is such that we are transporting all elementary students, pre-K through 5, And to say that it's not equitable to say, okay, we're going to transport all K-5 students that live, and we don't have the actual mileage in the policy, but we're not going to transport students because you moved mid-year. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. So I do think taking this language out actually aligns to our transportation policy, and the sentiment of the board is that we want to make sure that kids that live 1.25 miles or more are getting a bus pre-K through 5 in support of the intentional integration plan, right? That's the backbone. So I just want to reiterate that I think this makes complete sense, because this would pair perfectly to our brand new transportation policy.
Yes, Board Member Eckert.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I don't want to belabor it, but I think, Caitlin, you actually made a really great point, and that's why I had brought it up. And Nubia, if I recall, I even think at the last board meeting, you might have brought this up as well, but it was just contradicting to our current transportation policy. So it wasn't anything, trying to pass that really quickly. It just, now that we had amended our transportation policy, eligibility requirements in terms of mileage has changed. So the idea was, if you are just moving within our communities, as long as you are eligible mileage wise, you should receive it. And that literally the intent of that removal of language.
I guess, okay, one thing I want to make the point of is, in our last board meeting in October, we did have this up for first read. And then Board Member DeVol Wilson said, I wanted to change hardship language. And Dr. Taylor said, yes, we can consider that, and we will look at that in the next policy meeting. Then the language was changed where someone crossed out the language, and then they said, okay, let's put this up for second read. But that was not, yes, that's what happened. Because
I want to correct, hold on. I do want to correct. It was up for second read, but that's not because anybody pushed for it. I actually spoke with Dr. Gilbert earlier this week because I was so confused, because I didn't see 5120 or 5124 up for first read, because as Bill mentioned, substantive changes would go back to first read. So when I spoke to Dr. Gilbert, he also had a couple of questions, because, understandably, he wasn't as involved in these policies prior to taking on this acting role. So it was at that point he clarified whether it was a mistake or not. It was not intended to be up for second read, and that is why it's back up for first read.
That's not the point I'm trying to make now here. The point I'm trying to make now is that there were substantial changes made in the policy meeting, and we now have the acting superintendent who has not had any input on this. Dr. Gilbert, how much input have you and the admin have had on these new changes to the policy? Because the language was changed after it was up for first read, and that was from input from Dr. Taylor. So how much has your team and you have had on providing input on this particular policy?
So because it was actually done under Dr. Taylor, I have not personally, or my team, revisited this since those original changes have happened. I would understand, and this is first read, I was assuming that we were going through the process, and so that possibly happened. But in terms of your question, I have not had an opportunity to go through a thorough examination of the policy, albeit because Dr. Taylor had already ran it through the first time, which I was part of that review process.
Right. But yeah,
I did have discussions, as Ms. Eckert just talked about. I have had discussions with board members about just questions about some of the changes, but in terms of directly running it through other people on the SLT, that has not happened.
Because I guess my question is, wouldn't it be prudent to, for instance, to ask transportation, would this change be having a substantial effect on your ability to transport to students? I mean, you're answering no for them, but I'm saying I believe the district should be able to answer those questions first before we move forward.
Yeah, this is just me trying to really grasp around understanding what happens after a first read. and what the assumption is going to happen following that. So I would think that categorically, since it's in first read, we would have an opportunity as an administration to look at the change after first read, to make any input before it goes. I think it goes to the respective committee after it passes first read. It goes back to the policy, moves it through another committee. But during that time, administration will have an opportunity to add its input.
Because if they do provide input then, and there are changes, then it has to go back to first read again. Because
And that's if the changes are substantial, right? So if we look at it and we have different changes, yeah, I would have to go back to the committee to see if we have to move it to first read. So what I'm trying to say is, as part of the process, my assumption is that we get another chance to look at it since it is now back at first read, based on the other changes that have been made.
I guess the question is here, like, if you look at the policy itself, there's minimal, we're in 5124, there's minimal changes. I think the language that seems like some board members are concerned by is the removal of the hardship language. And I guess I'm just wondering why. It says hardship does not include childcare needs, transportation, work hours, and peer group placement.
Because those aren't minimal changes. Those are substantial changes to the policy. Even if it's just 2 words, the 2 words could change this policy substantially.
I can answer that.
they are-
Sorry, not to cut you off, right? Well, actually, I did cut you off. Sorry.
Go ahead.
In 5120, I know we're cross-referencing because they're very tied together. There's new language added, and the last sentence is a very big sentence. Is lastly, the board, of course, expects an equitable, unbiased proposal that, after review and testing, does not undermine the intent of III. My concern, as with many other people, is that we're chipping away at III with all these small little changes. Like, for example, you've taken away hardship does not include childcare needs, transportation, and peer group placement. That means tomorrow, if a parent decides that, oh, my neighbor's kid is going to go to Tuscan and I want to go to Tuscan too, that hardship is no longer a hardship and they'll come and flood us with transfer requests. That is my core problem. I'm being very honest with you. Okay? This is not about 1 word here or 2 words here. At the end of it, my fear is that we're chipping away at III.
So we discussed that, Arun, because I joined the policy meeting to discuss these, because these are 2 policies that 5120, I started working with Dr. Taylor on in March of 2023. 5124 is fairly newer, but we did discuss the hardship language. And I think, in the meeting, we talked about there is a process in place. Like, it's already reviewed on a case-by-case basis. The district already has the appropriate folks in place when somebody puts in a transfer request. So my argument to that was I was trusting the process in place, that they're going to know when the right time is to make that determination. So I don't disagree with you on the peer group placement one. I could speak at length about, that I don't feel that we as a board can determine that work conditions or whatever are not a hardship. I actually think it's really inappropriate because we don't know anybody's specific situations. But I don't disagree about the peer group placement. I'll acknowledge that part.
But I think that that's the just changing that language, though. The reason why I think that we can have a case-by-case basis is because we said, here are a list of restrictions. And then, okay, if you're not one of these restrictions, we can look at your case for transfer. If you now say we're going to remove that list, you are now increasing the number of requests that can come in. And there will be a substantial number of requests now because you've removed all language saying there are no restrictions. And if you look at other districts that even allow things like childcare, transportation, there is an auditable, there's a way that you can audit the paper trail so you can see it's not just someone coming in and saying, I have a request. I think we need to put in some of those types of protections so we don't have a system that is inundated. And
I think that's something that Dr. Gilbert and I spoke about in terms of like the regulations that they put in place around it. you know, because he brought that concern up, you know, in the meeting, we
Right,
talked
and we
about
can,
it, and then
but we
in our,
can still put that into our policy, though. That's not, without putting in regulation, we can put in language to ensure that, you know, for instance, for any sort of transfer request, there should be some sort of auditable paper trail for something.
Can I talk? Because I've been raising
Regulation.
for a while, and also based on Robert's rules, I think all of us who have been talking have, this will be my second time talking, which means we're gonna have to wrap this up.
Why?
No, you can keep going.
Based on Robert's rules, we're supposed to.
We choose not to follow Robert rules. I mean, Mr. Roberts
Guys,
is sitting out here, right?
guys,
He's not
guys,
telling
guys,
you
guys.
what to do.
It is only two people, and you can't. It's each person. You get one turn. It goes around, and then another, and then it goes around again,
Yeah.
and then it should be done. And so, if people have spoken back and forth, that's technically not how this works. But anyway.
But yeah, so I just want to share, like, what I shared in the last meeting was, it is not the board's job to tell a parent what their hardship is or isn't in order for their child to get to school. It is very disrespectful. Let the district do their job to do it on a case-by-case basis. It is not our job to say, it is not a board member's job to say, you getting to work isn't a hardship. How dare us say that to a parent?
Please.
How dare?
Anytime people use words like shame and dare, I just tune out. Okay, I mean, don't.
Case by case
You know,
basis. Just like we don't tell the district how to figure out their placements. I think we're getting a little,
we decide, we as a board
Guys, can you-
decide.
Board
no,
member
we as a board
Valverde,
decide who
please
comes to
let,
school or not.
please let
yeah, I'm not.
Lydia finish, and then board member Wingfield's hands up.
Yeah, so thank you. I wasn't done talking. And I also want to reiterate that we are not during COVID anymore, where everyone's working from home. Like, there are so many different family situations right now because of COVID. People have lost their elderly caregivers. People have more than one job now just to survive, pay these high taxes. No, I think it's really messed up to be putting in a policy all of these things. I think what I said last time was, what is a hardship? Death? That the child is parentless? So I think it's going too far. Let the district do their job. They already, as Regina said, they already have a process, case by case. And the second thing I want to say, because it's related.
Hey, Robert's rules, you're done.
Talking is that I think that we could actually be sued by keeping that language in 5124 about not letting students be entitled to transportation, because technically students and parents can apply for transportation all year. So to board member Telesfer's point of, well, what happens if a kid in the middle of the year needs transportation? It already is happening. There is no hard stop to applying for transportation. The state doesn't let us do that. It is not allowed. So we could actually be sued for keeping that statement in there, while also having another policy that says we allow students to receive courtesy busing, and then having another policy that says that we allow students to have transportation if they're on hazardous routes. You're going to have you're going to have a policy that's negating all of that, and we're going to get sued. If a child needs a bus,
Let's get legal's opinion on that.
If a child needs a bus in January 2024, all of a sudden, and they meet all the qualifications, that parent can apply, and the state protects them and does not allow us to deny them a bus. So that's why that language needs to be removed from 5124. We will get sued.
Did we get a legal
Board
opinion on that?
member Wingfield, she has had her hand up, and thank you for finishing, board member Deval Wilson.
I just think that it's an abdication of the responsibility of the board to put decisions like this on a case-by-case basis on the district, right? So the idea that Dr. Gilbert would be responsible for like making these, subjective determinations is a setup in its purest form. It's our job as a district, or excuse me, as a Board of Education members to set the policy. And it's his job and his team's job to enact that policy. And everybody in here knows full well that on this topic in particular, abdicating that role and responsibility to the district to make case-by-case decisions is a setup, and it's not appropriate, and it's not okay for us to pretend otherwise. And it will just be a complete open door for anybody applying for any type of hardship they want. And God forbid Dr. Gilbert and his team decides to deny one. I can only imagine the blowback, not just from the board, but from the community, because it's not an objective policy. So I think it's really important that we spell that out. It's our job to spell that out. And I think that we need to take some more time so that the administration has a chance to weigh in on this.
I mean, look, like, we're losing students because we aren't able to recognize hardships. I mean, all of us got an email from a family on October.
Data-driven decisions. Can you show me some data, please, about that?
Can you please stop? I was
Please
just
take
gonna
data.
say, we all received as a board a transfer request from a student, their parent, on October 30th. It had gone through the district. They had submitted a request because the father works an early morning shift. The mother has to be to work at 8 a.m. They could not take their child to the school, and they asked for a transfer. They wanted to be transferred to a close school. I think they submitted for a transfer request twice. It's a family of color, and ultimately they stopped sending their son to the school, and they have notified us that they are going to be pulling them from the district and trying to find another school for them, because we weren't going to be flexible and say, okay, this family is experiencing a hardship because they need both parents to work, and those parents can't take the child to school, and the child doesn't have transportation. So
That's why we have a
we're going to deny that request
very
because
generous
we don't think that that's a hardship.
We have a
I mean,
more
this is
generous
the reality of what
anyone
families
else.
in our district are facing. And we know we get a lot of transfer requests as board members. We don't often see it.
We
This
don't get that many.
family wrote to us because of how frustrated they were. I mean, if we're going to sit here and say that families aren't experiencing hardships, I just think that's really, really inappropriate. We're all on these emails.
Yeah, I think it's inappropriate for us to take every single email that comes in and say we should change policy every time we get an email. We should really have a organized system. If we want to make these changes to address those types of things, then we should make a very concerted effort to ensure the system is still very functional, not just change things, say anyone can now come and just say case by case basis.
These policies have been up for discussion since March internally amongst board members and with administration.
Right, and we had a first read policy that was changed, and then it was changed
back up for
at the
first
last minute for this committee meeting.
Board Member Eckert. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I just want to kind of finish off. I mean, listen, I, for one, if we're going to belabor the hardship argument, we can talk about peer group placement. I'm open to talking about that. I'm not open to talking about the others. Because again, we don't have the data on it, or my assumption is nobody has even really just been open to say like, well, my whole block is going to this school and I'm not going to this school. But sure, you can make some assumptions that if you open up the floodgates, that category would probably be the one in which you get the most requests. So I'm open to discussion on that. The others, I'm not, for the reasons that we've already talked about.
So then you want to put back hardship language then?
Would you?
So you're proposing putting back some hardship language then, because some things would
peer group placement. I'm open to talking about that.
Hardship does not include peer group placement.
Peer group placement.
I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with.
I'm fine with that too.
Job is not,
yeah.
I think that's just ridiculous.
Sorry, I mean, you should read every word in there. There's transportation, but they're saying
are we editing the policy live in the middle of a board meeting?
Yes, we are.
I don't understand what's going on.
I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm open to.
I got that, but I think the conversation needs to happen back in committee. It's almost 1 a.m. and I think that it sounds like people have different ideas and they need to flesh those out. And I think that's great. I don't think this is the place to do it. I think that we need to send this back to committee so that conversation can happen and a working session can happen so that another draft can come in front of the board.
We've had that though. Like there's sometimes like Polly, we
not
had
res-
this
We're
conversation.
not
and we-
resolved. We're not resolved, and people are throwing around different ideas, and this is not the appropriate venue to do that. You do that back in committee.
That's funny because I thought when Bill first gave us the new policy process, the reason why we went to first reads with there being track changes like this was it was an open discussion to talk about if there were other ideas, which is why we last brought up taking out hardships. So no, it's wrong to say we shouldn't be having these conversations. It's the one time that 9 members of a board can come together and collaborate. I think what we're doing is actually a great example of how we can all work together and try to come to consensus. And if we can do that live in front of people at 12:36 in the morning, I don't see that as a bad thing. I see that as a pro. And so if we go back and say, hey, you know what? Put in peer group placement, I can see the side for it. I'm not going to sit here and say that we're wasting our time.
So let's make it easy, right? I mean, I make a motion to send these 2 policies back to committee.
Not 2. Why are we sending 2 policies back? There's nothing wrong with
51. Hang on, give me 1 second. Multilingual.
What's wrong with 5120? So
You changed it from pilot to full
Wait,
program.
let's close conversation then on 5124.
Okay, then I make a motion to move 5124 back to committee.
Well, I have a question. I think the lawyer needs to advise
Second.
it as substantial change to just put peer group back in. If it's not, then
There's a motion on the floor. Nubia, there's a motion on the floor.
I can make any motion I want.
And I seconded it.
You're happy to, I mean, I'm happy to take votes on it. So I'm making a motion to send 5124 back to committee.
Second.
We have to vote on it.
Yes, please. Mr. Burnside?
This is 5124 back to committee.
That is correct.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
No.
Board Member Ackert,
No.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
No.
Board President Whitletter,
No.
Board Member Wright.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, so now can we take roll on the motion itself to pass it?
Continue doing what Board Member Duval Wilson said is a great example for our public to see. We continue discussing till we come to a resolution, no?
Wait, what?
She
You
just
made a
said this is a great example of public seeing us work together. Let's continue working till we resolve this and then vote on it. Yeah? Or is it?
Wait, we're now gonna vote on the what is it? Hold on. It's 4544F, right? Because we were just in discussion now, and then you made a motion, and now we have to go back to approve it as a first read, correct?
Yes, and all I was saying, I got cut off and we're all excited, was that I didn't see putting peer group placement back in as a huge substantive change. That can be adjusted and still be moved on as a first read, was what I okay. So anyway, I just wanted to put that in the record. I got cut off.
Patrick's talking, but he's on mute.
You have to do that now. So
Yeah.
if you have, sorry, 45, this is, I'm sorry, it's the policy 5124. If you would want to add that in now by amendment, and then you can still pass it as first read as amended.
So we have to make a motion for it?
You know, motion to amend policy 5124. And it would then, you know, changing that strike through sentence in the paragraph, it would read, this is in paragraph 2, subsection D, hardship does not include peer group placement.
I'd also like to see transportation in there. Transportation is not a hardship. If you are 0.8 miles away from school and you cannot, for whatever reason, transport your kid to school, I mean, we're not providing transportation. Transportation is not a hardship. That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is not, I mean, we can continue talking about this for the next hour. I mean, transportation is not a hardship.
I have to beg to differ on that.
How can you differ on it? We have a policy that says 1.25 miles. I'm giving you a real example.
I know.
I am a parent who lives 0.8 miles away. I claim hardship on transportation. Will you provide transportation? Or will you provide a transfer?
Well, I think it's a case by case basis. I know. I hear what you're saying. There's definitely a gray area there. I hear what you're saying, but
then that's exactly why this needs to go back to committee and checks out the gray areas. We should have no gray areas. The whole idea behind having a policy with gray areas means we put the district at risk and we make them the judge.
My point is, one of the reasons why we're saying let the district handle it is because they're the experts. They already have, and if you're saying no, then why? Then
no, we own we own all this policies. It's us.
You're not an
expert.
You're not administering the school. My point is transportation. Peer group place makes a lot of sense, but all these other things are they're not, it doesn't make sense for us to be saying if that's a hardship or not, is what I'm saying. And that needs to be a case by case basis.
I'm giving you an example. You tell me how this works.
Homeless health, for example. Well, I think there's actually a whole other thing for homeless, but there's so many situations that could necessitate something like that. And so having it in a policy, I think, as not a hardship doesn't make sense, but that's just my personal opinion. I think that if we're going to add peer group placement, that should be a separate resolution or whatever it's supposed to be. Let's vote on that. And then Arun, if you want to say, and I want to add transportation in, then that needs to be a separate vote, I would say.
That's why this needs to go back to committee. I mean, how many times will I make a resolution, keep adding words? I mean, we can sit here all night long and do that, right?
You can hate the process all you want, but that's the process. So I'm saying first, let's do the first one, which was
what are you talking about? That's not the
Arun,
process.
please it sounds like Board Member Ecker would like to speak.
I'd like to make a motion to amend 5124 to include hardship does not include peer group placement.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Or not everyone's on the camera, so I don't know. Okay, so then maybe we have to do roll call for it because I don't see
Sure.
roll call.
Yes.
Okay, let's just do a roll call. Sorry, because all right,
Board-
sorry, Burnside. Can you do a roll call, Mr. Burnside?
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield. She's gone.
Yeah.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, so
So
now
you just amended the motion. The motion is still pending.
Yes.
First read 5124 as amended.
can we go to vote now?
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield. No. Board Member Telesford,
No.
Board Member Vadlamani,
No.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Are we on 5120? Are we talking about?
Yeah, so now we're on Resolution 4544, first read, so sub 7 first read, which is 5120. Great. Assignment of students.
This is the same reason I would say as the last one. Language was changed after the fact, and we did not go back to admin. And there are discussions with their stakeholders about whether to have a pilot program or to now have a program, a full program up ready for 2024-25. I think that's substantial change.
Board Member Deval Wilson and Board Member Badlamani.
So I have to beg to differ. I know that this has been discussed, and Dr. Gilbert has even said in our municipal partnerships that he was looking at this policy and policy was looking at the policy. And one of the things that our lawyer pointed out was when you use the word pilot in a policy, that is used for curriculum. We're not talking about curriculum in this policy. We're talking about the Intentional Integration Initiative. That's not a curriculum. This policy is also stating that it will be reviewed and tested to make sure that it doesn't undermine the intent of the III. The same with year 1 and 2 of our integration initiative. It was reviewed. It was evaluated. It is constantly being improved on. And I would assume that it would be the same with this. The OWLS group has suggested that we create a socioeconomic driven waitlist program. It was one of the recommendations. They have done this in other districts around the country. The policy has been looked at and worked on since March and has been in front of the OWLS group multiple times. And so the way that this language is written is so that the III is maintained, so that it is not undermined. And we're paying a lot of money for a consultant company to give us advice on how to continue to improve and hone in on our integration initiative. I don't know why we would ignore that. And we've already, the fact that this is SES neutral enables it to not undermine. And I would assume, just like we have with the integration initiative, this will be looked at year over year to make sure that it is implemented properly and to see the key learnings. The district seems to be doing that with all of these programs, so why wouldn't they do that with this? That's all I have to say.
And I guess the other thing is this probably we should probably have what the actual transfer policy is, as opposed to this reads more like a resolution. Like we would tell the district to work with department lead, to work with stakeholders to create this program. So this may not actually be this is really not appropriate language for this policy. I think we should really have this as a resolution separately, and then have that work done so that we can amend this language in this policy.
I think that I don't understand that, Patrick, about that.
I mean, the original language was the actual transfer policy, and the OWLS language said, hey, we don't like this. We don't like the language because it can unravel the III. And so it was changed to this language, but this language really is not as appropriate either.
Why?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Because it's reads more like a resolution. It's not a policy.
Patrick?
Can I jump in and say why?
Patrick, actually, let's have a. I think.
So think.
I know, but let's just let Board Member Valamani. He's had his hand raised.
So when we started the III, we didn't start it with every grade in the school. We started it with kindergarten first, and then we moved on to 5th grade in middle school and so on. That's called a phased-in approach. You don't do a big bang approach for the entire school. This language tells the district, the administration, to go create a wait list policy for the entire school. That makes no sense. Look at that. It says board requests the superintendent to work with appropriate dealers and develop a socioeconomic drill waitlist program for consideration for this school year. That means for the entire school, for all whatever 10 grades, you do that. Instead, I would recommend, since it was a pilot, and if you don't like the word pilot, put in something that says a phased approach or some kind of a guidance for administration so that they can do it starting with kindergarten first, second first, third first, and over the next 4 years, everything gets done. That's common sense. I'm not asking for something ridiculous out here. Correct?
Remember Eckert.
So the way that I'm reading this, though, is the 5120 assignment of students is related to III. So it's the wait list an SES neutral waitlist would be applicable to III grades. The language is actually broad enough that, you know, if Dr. Gilbert comes back after trying to figure, you know, work on the process and says, okay, it'll be a phase in approach. Like, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I'm open to talking about that. I mean, you know, at this point,
Again, should we not be
related to
talking about
previous
the committee? I mean,
conversation.
what did we do in
What
committee?
is that?
Wait, sorry, board member Ecker was speaking.
Yeah, I know, but I mean,
So please let her finish.
using the same arguments again and again, saying I would have done this.
But
I'm
let
open
her
to
speak.
talking."
She
So
didn't
say that.
interrupt you. So can you please let her finish what she was saying?
I hear you, Arun. What I'm saying is that I believe that this is broad enough that it actually gives them the flexibility, but it just doesn't say pilot because it's not what it is.
That's exactly what pilot means. I mean, you run it on a small segment first, and then you open it up to everyone else. Or you call it phased in approach. You can call. I mean, think about this. The language here says the board requests superintendent. Okay, what if the superintendent doesn't take to the request? What happens then?
The OWLS group, for
No, no.
every
Look at this. Look at the
integration
outlook.
program that they offer in this nation, they have a transfer policy in those districts.
Great, let's just
And
take the one they
they
suggested
in
for us
our
then.
year one, I believe it was either the year one or year two report recommendation.
1 and 2.
1 and 2 was to have a transfer policy. We just approved a finance resolution where we could pay up to $44,000 to OWLS next year. We have them on retainer. We're spending money. This is something that they think we should have. We've been talking to them about this since March of this year. A pilot program, the intent of the board is that we want a sustainable transfer policy that allows folks to move to different schools at
Okay,
a SES neutral. So
I see we then followed their suggestion then.
what was their
You're-
suggestion?
They provided an SES neutral transfer program that included students that was when their spot opens up, they would offer it to a student and they can move or not.
Board member Eckert.
I want to clarify the initial recommendation was one, we discussed it. I can't remember honestly at this point when it was like too broad and it was more applicable to the districts that they work with that have controlled choice. Because it would automatically, if you didn't get into your first choice, you would get automatically put onto that wait list. And if you got into your second, you know, you'd be automatically put on, or whatever, I'm sorry, the third, you'd be automatically put on the appropriate wait list. That doesn't make sense because we don't have controlled choice. So the
but it would
way
be
I view
SES
it is like
neutral,
the
though.
what is that?
It would be SES neutral, so I think that's the most important thing that we want in our system is
Right, absolutely. It's SES neutral.
Well, the language here, and then we have to close conversation about this. The language says that this would be done in such a way that after review and testing, it would not undermine the intent of III. So everything that seems to be a concern, what would be designed wouldn't undermine III.
I mean, you can see why I have such low trust in that language, right?
No.
No.
We just did 5124, and that was filled with stuff that is breaking III.
It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Everyone has
No,
spoken
you can't complain about
more
time.
than twice. So we
It
will go to
shows-
roll
it shows
on
no.
this.
Okay, let me put that thing about 1 o'clock to
policy
rest.
now.
It is 1 o'clock
Because
because we have a
everyone has
very, very
spoken
long public
more than
speaks.
twice.
And we had a long public speaks because people choose to
Arun,
have a liaison we should have
we're-
had. We could have saved all
We're
this.
going to close conversation now, and we're going to move to we're going to. I can't even speak anymore. So I think it's important that people. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We've had debate about this. We are now going to go to roll call, Mr. Burnside.
Send it back to committee. That's an option. That is always an option, which you're choosing not to do. So don't tell me, it's a late timing thing. It's because you want this to pass. That's why you're doing the roll call.
What did you say?
Send this back to committee.
Can we vote?
Yes, please vote.
This is 5120.
Correct.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
No.
Board Member Wakefield's not here. Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
Still here.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now it's 4544, second read number 5, which is policy 4281, inappropriate staff conduct. And Bill, you got the floor.
Yeah, after hearing some concern from the public and looking at it myself, I think that it should go back to the policy committee for discussion instead of passing. I'm looking at it, it does look like a policy alert that we really didn't do much editing to, and I do fear, especially given the climate right now and the concerns around free speech, that we should have this go back to discussion to committee. So I would just make a motion to bring this back to committee for further discussion, if somebody would second that.
Second.
Sorry, I didn't
Okay.
see who seconded. Who was it?
Maybe,
Board
yeah.
Member Deval Wilson. Okay. Thank
Do we
you.
need to vote on that, Patrick, or can that just happen?
Yeah, you need to vote on it.
It's
All right,
open
let's
for
vote
discussion.
on it. Let's
Fair
vote
enough.
on
It's
it.
open for discussion.
Right.
I want to speak.
Wait, what did you say, Patrick? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Right. So to send it back to committee, it has to be voted upon, but there's a discussion on it now.
So now
Okay.
I'm very pleasantly surprised that everybody wants to send it back to committee and look at it twice more, when two exact same policies with as much difference on the board as this one was not. I mean, it just seems like, the board majority has a view in mind, and they were like, oh, these two things are our pet projects, we should push them through. This one seems like, oh, somebody came and spoke at public speaks and I'm a little concerned, so send this back to committee. It just does not make sense. Be consistent. Do not be inconsistent.
I think that's really an appropriate comparison. When you actually look at 4281, I understand what Board Member Gifford is saying. This doesn't have any changes or edits to it other than choosing superintendent or designee, and we chose designee. It's the template of Strauss Esme, and if our policy chair is saying, hey, you know what, I think maybe we could do more with this, then I respect that. And especially seeing that we didn't make any additional changes, I'm open to seeing how this could be further adjusted. And so yeah, I think it's a very different situation. Those other policies have been worked on since March.
And we clearly don't have a consensus on what should be in the policy. So it doesn't matter how long you've been looking at it. What matters is whether we agree on it or not. And we don't.
Well, I would invite you to read it and then give me your feedback. So I can't wait to get it.
What?
On the policy.
Which policy?
We're discussing, sir. Listen, let's get this. Everyone knows how they're going to vote on this.
So that's exactly my point. Everybody knows how you're going to vote on it. So therefore, you push your pet projects forward. And
wait, hold on one second, though.
That's
I'm
what you're
just
doing.
trying to.
One thing I want to add, though, because outsiders don't realize this, when we say it's that those two policies, the student transfer 5124 and 5120 had been looked at in March, I mean, the district was looking at it in March. We couldn't see a copy of it until the fall. We had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. It felt to us like it was actually that nothing was happening. So when we say
It was not the district that was doing anything.
Doesn't
Don't
mean
blame the
that-
district on this, I would say.
I just want to make that clear. I don't want to get FI. I just want to make that clear to people that
We're not.
We're not, but the district had nothing to do with that. But I will say,
Let's-
I do not
let's move
mind
on.
this going back to policies to review. I think it's important just because I do agree, like if there are those concerns, especially because people may use things like this to retaliate against people, it is worth looking at again. But I don't think that it is not comparable to 5124 and 5120 because the language in those policies were changed after the October meeting. So the language was changed very quickly after we had something that was fully vetted by the administration. So to say that we've been looking at it since March, we had final language, and then the language was changed at the behest of board members themselves, as opposed to in working in concert with the district. So to say that
That's
it's
true because all those
that's
suggested
true, right?
changes
You
were
do
made
change it in October.
all the suggested changes were made in the public meeting for those
They were
policies.
changed. They were changed after the meeting. They were changed after the October meeting. They were changed, and we did not actually see
Okay, but-
the full language changes in the policy meeting because they were not part of the folder of our policies.
Wait,
And that's true. I didn't. If I looked in my folder,
I'm going to
those
let
policies
Bill
were not
speak
there.
because he's the policy chair, but I will tell you that as somebody who was spearheading the revisions,
Yes, you spearheaded the revisions, and you had the revisions on your.
I did not try to, I sent it to the appropriate parties to be reviewed during the policy committee. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm not going to let you accuse me of trying to do something.
I didn't accuse you of
No.
anything. I'm just saying that the policies were not fully there for policy meeting. Okay, so all the edits,
We
all the
reviewed it
revisions
on
were
the
not there.
screen. We reviewed it
What?
on the screen. I was at the policy meeting. We reviewed it on the screen.
Yes, but there's lots of scrolling around. It was someone looking and saying there are too many substantial changes. But that's not my point. My point is that I'm willing to take this one back to policy committee, and the other two were changed after the October meeting, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, and that's what the discussion was about. Was the
Yes.
code? So let's focus on that, and can we call that for a vote, Mr. Burnside, please?
To send it back to committee, Mr. Burns.
Yes, to
Yep.
send it back to committee for discussion. Thank you, sir.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Nubia, we couldn't hear you.
We lost her.
Oh. Here, I thought I said yes and unmuted. Sorry.
so that's a yes.
Yes, yes.
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
and Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. So now the last resolution that we have to approve is resolution, or not approve, resolution 4548, which is a confidential settlement agreement.
Can we just go to vote?
Yeah, we'll just go to vote on that.
Still need a motion and a second to pass it.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Resolution 4, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Deval Wilson. We will go straight to vote.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wright, Board Member Wright,
She's here. She's muted.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Eckert,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
No.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Sorry, yes for me. I'm sorry. I took a little potty break.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, so we did it. We finished the action portion of the meeting.
Sorry, sorry, Madam President, I have my
Go
hand
ahead.
raised. We have 2 hand carries that you
Oh,
emailed
right,
by,
okay.
by Liana that we
Sorry
have to
about
do.
that.
Yep.
No discussions can be made on those though, right? Those are confidential, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct, they're the HIB appeals.
For those still watching, it says there's 26 14 attendees still. I'm like, wow. They're kicking it out on a Thursday night.
So we'll just then, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 4549A and B. Do I have a second? Or to vote on it, sorry. Okay, thank you, Board Member Eckert. It's up for discussion, which we can't have one, so can we just go to roll on these 2 HIB appeals?
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So now we're okay, Dr. Gilbert?
All clear on this end, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. So we have our second hearing of individuals and delegates, but I don't see anyone having registered. Just confirming with Keith that that's the case.
That's correct. No one new is registered.
Perfect. Okay, so then we will move on to new business. Does anyone have any new business this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll close new business. With that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, December 21st at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room. This meeting will be a 10-year celebration for district staff and will also have a ceremony to honor board members Malaspina, Wingfield, and Wright, who will be rolling off the board at the end of this year. The Board of Education will also meet in public session and hold its annual reorganization meeting on Thursday, January 4th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room. And this will also be the swearing in ceremony of Shana Sackett-Gable, Will Meyer, and Liz Callahan. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. So now I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Friday, December 1st at 1:08 a.m. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Deval Wilson. All in favor? Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Get some sleep. Good night.
Eric, when was the December meeting? Oh, he went out. All right.
Oh, it's December 21st.
First, yep, February 21st.
Okay. Thank you. Good night.
Yep. Thank you. Night.